Greatest Streamer System. Author, ShuviLily. Chapter 301 to 350. We just need the last slate now, the Lion 1. Based on this, should we head to the Lion Mask 1? Max suggested to Lily as he opened the GPS. When he did that, he narrowed his eyes because he realized the closest lion head mark was already gone. Some marks beside that also disappeared, but they weren't useful for him anymore. Looking at the screen, he noticed the closest lion mark from their location was around 500 meters away from the direction where they came from. It seems we need to return, Lily commented as she looked at the screen and raised the large knife she took from the ground. Or we can find someone who finished the lion trial and snatch their slate. Is it just me, or did she just casually say, let's rob the other team, in an indirect manner? It's not your imagination, she clearly said that. And she said it with such a straight face. Scary. Cute and scary, curry. Now I want to eat some curry. Why does it happen that way? Stroking his chin, Max deliberated the choice for a while. Go to the lion head mark and finish the trial to get a slate that might not be the lion's slate, or just find other players and steal their slate. Both were possible strategies in this game. Still, the former could excite him as he was curious about the trial. When he thought about it that way, his choice was leaning toward completing the trial himself. He turned to Lily and scratched his cheek. Sorry, Lily. I am curious about the trial. Do you mind if we walk to the lion head mask? No need to apologize, I just give ideas. She said, let's go then. It's a bit away, so we should be fast, no. We don't want other players to arrive first. You're right. Let's run then. After deciding that, they began to sprint. Lily's speed had decreased considerably because she held the bow, and Max also had some baggage added with 2 large knives that he couldn't stash away. In the end, he threw the knives into the forest because he had no use of them. They were too heavy and didn't fit his fighting style, which used his speed as the main weapon. The story would be different if it was a handheld axe like the one he used in Knight's Journey, he would use it. Anyway, they managed to reach the lion head mark after roughly a minute and a half. When they arrived, they had no choice but to stop behind the bush just like earlier and observe the clearing where the mark was located. Compared to the other clearing, it was many times larger. The clearing had a square area made from concrete surrounded by a body of water. Many pedestals were on top of that square. On top of them, slates with lion images were hovering up and down slowly, waiting to be taken. Many players were already in that square, but they were still unable to get one slate. The reason? It was simple. The pedestals were on a tower-like structure the people had to climb. The only path leading up was narrow stairs without railing. Before reaching the top, there was a smaller arena, around 10 meters big, with an actual lion guarding the path to the top. Most players didn't want to risk getting the slate by themselves. They were wary of each other, looking like hyenas who were ready to pounce at those who got the slate. The last question was directed at Max and Lily. Max looked at them and only smiled, not answering their question. He walked past them with his girlfriend and didn't even spare a glance behind. Tisk. How arrogant. It seems they plan to try the trials. We will target them when they get the slate. Don't let them slip. The other pairs didn't even try to lower their voices. Max was able to hear them all. Look at those guys. I bet $500 Breeze will kill them all. I bet $300 they won't be able to even touch Breeze. Huh. This noble me is willing to bet his month's pay that they won't even realize that the slate has been taken. Damn. Bloodsucker goes big or goes broke, huh? I am in. Same bet as Sucker. I think Lily Pixel will shoot them from above. That's the best tactic. They will have a lion to protect them. True, those guys will definitely camp the stairs. Ha 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 ha. More blood. Good, good. My right arm is aching for a massacre. Give me more. Naturally, the chat didn't think Max would be caught. Looking at Lily, he asked, are you nervous? I am not. She answered shortly, but I am a bit scared of the lion. It looks dangerous. Well, Max looked up at the lion that stared back at him, growling loudly, we can only try to outrun it using the small space above. And that's a 15-meter tall platform without a wall to climb, as it floated on 4 pillars, so we can't climb up. Though it's possible to slide down later. So rush it. Yes. Rush up and kill people. That's our best bet. He nodded at her, and they sprinted up the stairs together. Seeing 2 people rushing up the narrow stairs, the lion raised its majestic head and roared loudly. The deafening sounds caused some pairs on the ground to falter. However, Max and Lily kept pushing and ran up the stairs. The lion didn't try to get close to the stairs. Instead, it stayed at the end where the stairs leading above were located. It only moved when Max reached the first platform. At the same time, the notification rang. Lion King loves brave individuals. Subdue or pass the lion to prove your worth. So straightforward, Max commented as he stopped on the platform. He walked around with Lily, countering the lion's movement. But it's hard. One of us needs to distract it while the other goes to take the slate. You go, Lily. I need you to be on top first. Are you sure? Yeah. He nodded. Kill some of those onlookers, preferably 3 pairs, before you take the slate. I don't know what happens if you take the slate. This platform might disappear, and we won't be able to use it to our advantage. As soon as you reach the top, I will run down this place and help you kill them all. Got it. If the lion can go up, I need to take the slate and use the pole to slide down, right? No, you must forget the slate. Just slide down, and we will think of another strategy later. Give me 1 arrow. Here. On my mark. The strategy meeting was over with that. Max stopped and took and held the arrow given by Lily. He was prepared to throw it. His hand was pulled back, and he swung it at a fast speed. The arrow flew toward the lion at a fast speed and hit its feet. Roar! It roared in pain and leapt forward. Now, as soon as he shouted that, he started to run around the platform, keeping the lion's attention focused on him. He could hear Lily's footsteps getting away from him as she went to the next platform. The lion, still roaring in pain, followed Max. It was quick and agile, befitting its title as the king of animals. Max was also agile. He dodged and weaved around the platform, staying just out of reach of the beast's claw. He ducked, dived, and even jumped around just to keep its attention. It was surprisingly easy, as the lion was programmed to have a limited attack platform. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, big guy? Get me if you can. This guy is dancing with the lion. Lol, his movement is inhuman. How can he duck like that? The timing. Lily continued to shoot toward the incoming hostiles. The first shot missed, but the second shot managed to graze one of the player's legs, causing him to slow down. She shot another one and took another pair that ran in front of the one she shot in the leg. Without waiting for him to recover, she quickly sent the 5th arrow flying. However, it missed as the injured player's teammate pulled his friend away. The arrow lodged on the concrete ground with a thud. At that moment, she realized that she had finished all her arrows. She only had 5 from what she found earlier and couldn't kill them. Still, she didn't need to worry. Good job. Max was already on the ground without the enemies noticing as they were too focused to dodge her arrow. He sneaked behind them and stabbed the healthy guy in the back, killing him immediately. Seeing what happened in such a short amount of time made Lily smile. He waved at her and gestured for her to take the slate, which she did. Once she grabbed it, a set of stairs that led to the ground from the second platform was created. She looked at it in wonder and realized that it was the direct path that was safe from the lion that licked its paw on the first platform. She quickly went down and met up with Max. When she reached the ground, she raised her hand and high-fived him. We did it. We did it. What a fight. What a massacre. Fight. If that's a fight, then what I did was a war. Chilled play as usual. Hey, this noble me won the bet. As expected, betting on them is the safest. Staying around the clearing with 5 slates was a bad idea, so Max and Lily quickly went inside the forest. Of course, they didn't forget to recover her 5 arrows. They could still be useful. They hid behind a large tree and crouched. Based on what the tutorial said, once we get 5 slates, we need to put them on top of each other. That will allow our GPS to get a certain signal that shows where the exit to the next map is. Am I right this far? That's what I heard as well. Lily nodded, confirming his words. I don't know how that works, though. But let's try it. Alright. Max took out all the slates he had gathered and arranged them like a tower on the ground. Starting from the size of the animal. The biggest animal, the elephant, was on the ground, followed by a lion, chicken, snake, and eagle. When he did so, the slates trembled slightly for a second. That might be the sign that it succeeded. He took out the GPS and put it above the eagle slate, and the display changed. Previously, the GPS screen only showed marks and lines indicating how far it was. But now, a door mark appeared with the number 628 written under it. That must be the exit, Max said as he pointed at the map. Based on its position, it was located at the end of this map, 628 meters away from here. It's pretty close. We can reach it in under 2 minutes if we run. Or we can walk leisurely and enjoy our time. Let's just run. We don't want to meet other players again, no. That's true. Max rose to his feet and put all the slates inside his backpack again. When he did that, the GPS display reverted back to the usual. That didn't matter, though, as he roughly knew the door's location. He began to run, with Lily following closely behind him. They followed animal trails and arrived at a dense forest with vines growing from the branches. The surrounding area was clearly different from the forest from earlier. However, there was nothing that indicated a door in the surrounding area. He could also hear footsteps from the surroundings, although he couldn't see their sources. To be safe, Max decided to hide with Lily behind bushes. They crouched and blended with the scenery. The door is hidden, and there are people here. It's more dangerous than I thought. Max whispered as he began to arrange the slate one by one. He wanted to make sure they were in the right spot. Why? Lily asked. Just from that one word, he knew that she asked why there were people here. When one thought about it, there was only one possibility. They are waiting for a pair who have 5 slates to arrive. And based on them walking away from us, they probably only have a rough idea that the door is here. It's just a guess, but because this biome is different from the forest we came from, they must think the door is located in this area. I see. So they are trying to ambush people but can't find the door yet. It seems so. He smiled at her. Talk 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 talk. At that moment, hasty footsteps could be heard approaching their area. Max looked at their direction briefly before turning to Lily. Our guests are here. Let's exit this place. Let's go. And they walked through the gate, arriving at the desert biome. The gate behind them couldn't be seen. Dry air, scorching heat. They felt so real. Still, no matter how much he wanted to continue, it wasn't possible. The time had shown 4 p.m. already, and they had a plan for tonight. Max had eye contact with Lily, and they understood what each other was thinking. The girl nodded softly and left it to him. Well, we finished the first map already. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the camera. It's time we finished today's stream, guys. We have a blast playing it. It's a fun game. Too bad that we have plans after this so we can't continue for now. Already? Well, it can't be helped. It ends. Goodbye. That was fun, we enjoyed it. Aikdu has donated 500 diamonds. Lovely Otter has donated 1000 diamonds. Streamhunter has donated 1500 diamonds. That was fun. I enjoyed the stream. Many donations poured in on both Max and Lily's channel. After thanking the viewers, they ended the livestream and exited the game. Livestream ended. Max exited his VR capsule slowly. Just like usual, his body was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were wet. It was uncomfortable and stuck to his skin. That was why he was prepared beforehand. Good work, Max. Lily, who exited first, gave him a towel as she wiped her sweat. Her clothes also stuck to her body, just like him. It made him have a hard time looking at her. Ah, thank you, he said and wiped his face first. After drying their bodies, Lily first went to the changing room while Max just changed his clothes in the VR room as there was no one there. Preparation was indeed the key. They didn't need to get out drenched and be the center of attention to the guests of Biozone Hotel like this. Lily changed into a cropped black shirt and long pants, while Max just changed into a navy shirt. They exited the VR room and the hotel together. As they walked, Lily asked him a question. Are we going to Flexi's apartment now? Yeah, that's the plan. I heard he wants to invite us to a private party or something. The one with our team sponsor. That party is today. She raised her eyebrows and looked at her body, but I haven't changed my clothes and fixed my makeup yet. And what about Atlas and Farron? Both of them will go straight to the venue after finishing their job. He said, and if you're worried about the dress and makeup, Lisa actually prepared a salon and everything ready. We just need to show up. I see. Lily nodded at him. Max was actually looking forward to this party. He wanted to see Lily in the dress that Lisa prepared, so he kept it a secret from her. Of course, she knew there would be a party to greet the sponsor and continue having fun together, but she didn't know it was tonight. Though it is called a party, it's more like a business dinner. I also want to use this opportunity to bring up our spacesuit color. Orange just stands out. Flexi said he would take care of it, but Max didn't believe his leader. If it's that guy, he would agree with the main sponsor that orange is a good color. That orange hair that I know will definitely do so. Going to Flexi's apartment was pretty easy. Max and Lily hopped on a hover taxi and gave the driver the address they needed to go to. You can't drink alcohol, right? Just enjoy the orange juice like a kid. Flexi laughed as he poured wine into a glass. Don't underestimate me, I can handle it a little bit now. Max scoffed and sat next to him with Lily. What do you want to drink, Lily? Just an orange juice is enough. All right, I will also get that then. And you said you can handle alcohol. Flexi didn't let this chance to make fun of his friend pass. Max wondered why he wasn't tired of that. He changed the topic into the private dinner preparation as they only had 3 hours before the meeting. It's okay, there is no need to rush. Flexi easily waved his hand and said that. The private dinner is cancelled. We will hold our party in an all-you-can-eat restaurant. Our sponsors suddenly have an urgent matter to take care of. They didn't tell me the details, but I heard someone took over one of the nutritional supplement companies. And that caused a stir in the economy. I don't know who did it, but the esports scene is expected to also get affected by this. That's my brother doing. I see, your brother, huh? So he took over one company. After Flexi said that, he froze and looked at Lily. Max also looked at his girlfriend, who was sipping her juice casually after dropping a fact bomb. Wait, Stone Sword? The orange-haired streamer asked and blinked his eyes. He couldn't believe what he heard and still lagged. Lily nodded, yes. Green Leaf Company, owned by George family, is now my brother's. I just got his message. Crazy. While Flexi was surprised, Max now understood something. He remembered when he was on the private jet. That's why Stone Sword said that the blonde-haired player is dead. To think he will take over his family's company. That's too ruthless. Lily was getting interrogated but sat still without answering Flexi's question. Max had to put a stop to it because she looked uncomfortable and only told his friend one thing. Evan George tried to get to know her forcefully, but she didn't like it. That's why Stone Sword, who Farron informed, did this. There was no way to know whether that was the real reason or not, as it was the Spencer family's business, but that should be the main reason Stony Sword did what he currently does. Flexi appeared to be satisfied with that. The orange-haired streamer knew Stonesword's difficult personality and his love for his sister. The drinking continued for a while until a notification rang from a group chat. Max checked and noticed Farron sending a picture of her and Atlas in a fancy place with a message under it. Farron, we've arrived at the venue. Where are you guys? There is no one here. Max looked at Flexi and noticed his guilty expression. Could it be? He asked cautiously, and Flexi only laughed wryly. You forgot to inform them. Ha ha ha, maybe. You. Max sighed tiredly as he looked at Flexi. He didn't know anymore. However, there was someone who saved the day. Please don't worry. I have informed them and asked them to wait in that place. Lisa appeared in the living room again, dressed in a business suit and long pants. She looked at Flexi and flicked a card. Marco, 3 days. Fine. You deserve it as you have saved me. Flexi replied, turning to Max, well, everything is okay in the end. Let's meet them, shall we? Because Flexi drank wine earlier, he wasn't allowed to drive. Lisa took the steering wheel and drove the group to the restaurant where Atlas and Farron were waiting. The restaurant was located on the city's outskirts, where the buildings were slightly sparse. Although it was called sparse, it still had more skyscrapers than a normal city. The surrounding area was filled with beautiful scenery. This area was called the Resort District, based on what Max saw on the map. Many high-class restaurants and entertainment, such as golf and bowling, could be found in this area. They stopped in one of the small restaurants. Despite how small it was, the design was exquisite. It was a high-class restaurant that served Eastern food called Sitting Dragon. The building was made from wood, which was rare in this age. Max held Lily's hands as they entered together, walking behind Flexi and Lisa. Right now, they weren't boss and secretary but just normal lovers. He finally understood why Lisa called his friend by his name and said 3 days earlier. Unable to understand the taste, he sipped it again. A bitter taste and burning feeling that flew down his throat was pretty familiar. He looked at the tea in his hand with a dazed gaze. It wasn't tea, but it was a fucking whiskey. He raised his voice, and laughter burst from the orange-haired guy. Ha ha ha, you got trapped, idiot. This is going to be fun. Yay. He finally drank. Both Flexi and Farron high-fived like a child. The former expected his friend to get drunk and do something funny. Unfortunately for Flexi, today's Max was different from the past. He actually gained some alcohol tolerance after drinking alone in the past. Getting him drunk would require more than this. Flexi. He called out to his friend with a grin, too bad, but I won't get drunk from this. You need stronger alcohol. I am not dumb, buddy. Flexi crossed his arms and glanced at the girl beside Max, but she's a different story. Max. At that moment, Max heard a soft voice from Lily. A shiver was sent down his spine as he slowly looked to the left. There, Lily was looking at him with a flushed face. She was clearly drunk. Max. She called out to him again and suddenly climbed on his lap, hugging him, hug me tight. Lily, there are many people here. Max was flustered, unsure what he should do. No. But Lily was insistent. She backed away slightly and held his cheeks. I want a kiss now. Looking at the spectacle, Atlas pretended not to see them. Farron took pictures of them while laughing. And Lisa jumped at Flexi and punched his head. Marco. I told you not to play such pranks. Ah. I surrender. I surrender. It hurts, Lisa. Stop it, please. Max, kiss me. Wait, Lily. Not here. This is chaos. Ha. Atlas sighed and closed his eyes, hoping that it would be over soon. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. In the end, Max returned to the hotel with clingy Lily in a taxi. Lisa dragged Flexi to the nearby hostel to spend the night recovering from their drunkenness while Farron and Atlas continued drinking. For the first time, Max was able to find out that Lily was a clingy drunkard. He would definitely not allow her to drink unless they were alone. She wasn't easy to shake off. Even when they arrived at their hotel, she still held him tightly. I want to sleep together. She begged with puppy eyes, and he was unable to refuse. She looked so happy when he didn't push her away. And so, morning arrived. The first thing Max saw when he woke up was his girlfriend's face. He observed her sleeping face for a while until she woke up. Morning, he whispered quietly. Huh. Lily was still confused and blinked her eyes. Then, realization struck her. Ah. She looked at their situation. Kya. What am I doing? Lily screamed as soon as she understood the situation and noticed that she was still hugging him on the bed. Her cheek turned red from embarrassment, and she hid her face with both hands as he sat down. She remembered everything from last night. Ah. That was so embarrassing. Please forget about it, Max. Max smiled at her. He didn't dislike it at all. Rather, he was happy that he knew her other side and how pampered he could be. I won't forget my girlfriend's cute act. I can spoil you whenever you want, you know. Just tell me when you need it. He teased with a smirk as he traced his finger along her neckline. Do you still want the kiss? Or a hug and head pat? Lily's embarrassment peaked when she heard that and jumped off the bed. I am going to take a shower in my room. She screamed and ran away like a rabbit. He couldn't help but chuckle and got off the bed, too. Nothing happened last night except for her acting spoiled and pampered, as if she had released her inner child. I want to see her like that often. Without other people watching, of course. Morning preparation was easy. He didn't work out this morning because he had to do intense joint training later. It started at 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., followed by a barbecue party before the real tournament started tomorrow. He did look forward to the tournament. But there was something he was looking forward to more. All right. After finishing his morning routine and changing his clothes, Max sat on a sofa and opened the Punch website. Today was May 30th. Something big happened today. It's my second, third, and fourth pay. He exclaimed excitedly and rubbed his hands together. Now, isn't this Taka? He laughed wholeheartedly, stroking his goatee. What brings you here? Aren't you busy with your new manager position? The approaching man, Mr. Taka, stopped and sat down next to Trey without asking for permission. I have finished all the preparations and documents that my predecessor left me with. He answered and pushed up his glasses. And as to why I am here, I just have free time. 2 of our affiliated streamers will join this competition, so I want to ensure everything went well. Oh, I remember them. They are on the Orange Squash team. Flexi and Breeze, aren't they? Indeed. I thought you don't remember anything that's not related to cockroaches. That's a harsh statement from you, Taka. Trey laughed out loud. I remember them because they brought change to e-sport. After seeing how useful it is, I heard that the most active esports team will now do scrim. And yeah, they are on a smaller scale, but still a scrim regardless. It will not be much at first, but I believe it will increase. Mr. Taka's lips curled into a smile, like a proud father who heard about his son's achievement. Is that so? It's good that our affiliated streamers' names rise and are remembered as people who made a change in the esports scene. You seem happy, Trey commented. He lit another cigarette after putting it in his mouth. Yeah, it's just between us, but the marketing team has prepared something special for our affiliated streamers before the Streamer Wars in late July. We will focus on increasing Breeze's fame. Our goal is to make him win the new streamer award. Though that won't be hard. Phew. The man with the goatee puffed smoke into the air. I don't know what you're talking about, but you seem to like that boy a lot. Hey, that's natural. Mr. Taka smirked and pushed his glasses again. It reflected the light from the stage, glistening. Breeze is our gold. He's a walking bank that gives us profit. And the marketing team is like someone who brings us profit. You're just as greedy as usual. Both of them looked at the stage where 40 VR capsules were put adjacent to each other, with some kind of barrier separating them by 4. Trey couldn't help but think about what his old friend, Taka, had said. The marketing team loved profit and money. Then, what would he, as a production executive, like? The answer was pretty simple. We will make sure to use that money to grow the company more by making this event successful. And bring the proposal about that program to promote the new streamer and other affiliated streamers. Sent. It's nice working with you, Trey. The man with the goatee looked at Mr. Taka, who smirked at him. Damn it. He muttered and rummaged his hair. You're too decisive. And sly. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome to Roach Planet's competition joint practice. We're back with me, Grand, and Nature. Ha ha ha, we are invited to be the host of this competition. Those who watched the scrim a week ago will probably be familiar with us. Indeed, we've been hosting the scrim held by Flexi a week ago. Still, this time, our role is just as a host and to talk before and after the game. Jack and Paul will help us cast the whole play later. Whoa, So, do we have an easier job this time? Neat. Grand in Nature, whose hosting ability was proved in Scrim and was part of its success, was once again invited to host the joint practice. This joint practice was live-streamed on Roach Planet's official Punch account, with an amazing number of viewers that reached more than 60K, not counting the watch party by other streamers. Nature, do you know what made this different from the Scrim in the past? Of course, all 40 teams, coming from the whole world, will join us this time. Many teams with unknown strategies will be separated into 4 groups. 10 top points earners from the 4 groups will advance to the next stage, the final. We will use the tournament format this time. I see, so it's not elimination-based but a point-based tournament, right? Teams with the highest points from Annihilation and Survival will definitely advance to the next round. I wonder how teams will accumulate points. Will they try to survive until Wave 10 or just destroy other teams? I think the survival plan is the most effective way to earn the highest points. Why? Because they compete not only with the other 9 teams in their group but also with different groups. A team that survived until Wave 9 alone will have more than 8k survival points, which is a lot. The Wave boss from 5th to 10th will also give a total of 5k Annihilation points. Will we be able to witness a new world record for the highest total points in this tournament or even in today's joint practice? I hope so, and not because of a bias. Personally, I think the Orange Squash team will have the highest chance of achieving it. And the other strong contender would be the Mice team. As we can see in the Scrim, both teams managed to survive until the 9th wave. The former even killed some wave bosses. This time, I have to agree with what you said, Nature. I would be a fool if I said Orange Squash is just a new team after I saw what happened in the Scrim. Also, they have probably improved since then. I hope I am able to see the legendary 10th wave this time. It's not just you, but I also want to watch it. And I also believe the viewers want to witness the 10th wave live. We do. Orange Squash. Orange Squash. Orange Squash. MW Rifle. You can do it. 10th wave. We can witness it live. Damn, I want to see it. This year's competition is lit. It's more exciting than last season. .net. Many new teams replaced old ones. We won't know who will win this time. Mice. Go strong, defend strong. The livestream viewers were excited. The staff tilted his hat and smiled, it's just my job. Afterward, the staff left and Flexi coughed loudly to get the group's attention. Well, because it's just a joint practice, and we plan to play around, I don't prepare a nutritional supplement. I will give a B grade supplement for tomorrow's match instead. Our budget is unexpectedly cutting it close with our sponsor getting busy over something. It's not a problem. We have enough of it already. Farron nodded excitedly, but her eyes were squirming around as if she felt guilty about something. Max noticed that and sighed. I guess she had something to do with Stonesward's action. Still, he wasn't really disappointed that he got no B-grade supplement today. He already planned to use his A-grade supplement before the match tomorrow, so he couldn't stack it with that supplement. I will save the one Flexi give me tomorrow for next month's workout regime. Lisa, who was secretly gone earlier, returned with the team's jackets. Everyone donned it and exited the waiting room. The 4 main players, Max, Flexi, Farron, and Atlas would play in the first match while Lily would stay with Lisa to make notes of what they realized from other teams. Good luck, Max. The girl waved at her boyfriend and smiled. Turning back, Max gave her a bright smile and raised his hand. All win. And the joint practice started. The team was transported in the gray desert. Their base was located next to a sand dune, which was pretty bad as they could be ambushed. Thanks to the leader, Flexi's skillful negotiation, they wore gray space suits with their sponsor logo on their chest instead of bright orange space suits. However, they still became the center of attention for a different reason. Much to the hosts' and viewers' surprise, all of them were holding the same weapons. What? The Orange Squash team appeared with 3 sniper rifles and 1 machine gun in hand. Is this a part of their strategy? New meta. I am curious how they will proceed. Strategy. More like no strategy. KEKW, 3SR in joint practice. What madness did they bring this time? Is this truly a new meta? I know 4MG, but 3SR and 1MG. They are nuts. I bet they are drunk on orange juices. As if. I bet they are just trolling. To sum it up, the first match of the joint practice could be described with chaos and scary. The Roaches' army didn't cause the chaos, and the scare wasn't because of them either. It was due to a certain team that this joint practice became dysfunctional. Leave the base to me. You guys go have fun. Flexi confidently declared as he held his machine gun with a straight pose. 7 out of 9 teams they were up against were unfamiliar for them, as they didn't join the last scrim. They didn't know their strategies or strengths. The information was limited. That was why they wanted to play around. Max noticed that the best way to find out their opponent's strength in Roach Planet would be by looking at their reaction to an invisible enemy shooting their teammate. Every team had a different reaction. The players who got involved might not realize it, but their coaches or observers would definitely notice their opponent's reaction to how they moved after one of their teammates was knocked down. As such, the trio from the Orange Squash departed for their mission to harass other teams with a sniper. The plan was simple. There was no plan. Just harass them and make them regret going against them. Just as the first wave started, the game the Orange Squash team wanted to play also began. It happened unexpectedly when one's guard was at the lowest point. Boom. Without the team noticing, one of their teammates suddenly got downed and the other two were hurt from the explosion. Their vitals decreased considerably, leaving only half of them. What the fuck? Sniper. There is a sniper. It's from that way. Cover me and find the sniper. Leave the wave to me. I will hold them off for a few seconds. What strategy? It's clear they don't take it seriously. These casters are dumb. They don't understand at all. Bloodsucker grumbled loudly like a grumpy old man. The people around him looked away from him without saying anything, pretending to hear nothing. That man only has one strategy, and it is to win in an unexpected way. He added as he clicked his tongue, still, he won't record this fun stuff. I will get angry if he doesn't give me his POV footage to edit. This is too precious to be left out. He only shut up when the screen showed Max running toward another base in the distance and repeated what he did. In another place, a dark room with screens floating in the air, Lisa and Lily watched the screen showing Max killing one member and running away. They noted the behavior, response, and the opponent's team reaction when they got hit. So far, 6 teams have been hit by them. And out of them, only one was brave enough to venture out. Team RH4 said that Breeze's attack at the start seems to risk getting attacked once again. They sent 3 out of their 4 members to find the wave boss while the others chose to stay in their base in fear of the unknown sniper. This might be a good strategy for the real competition. I think I can pull it off like Max did. Lily commented as she watched Max and Atlas meet up to harass players who were ready around the boss. It won't work. Lisa shot her idea down almost immediately. If it's an elimination based on the last surviving team, it might work. But this competition adopts a point system, taken from the total points combined from annihilation and survival. To advance, our team needs to survive until the 9th wave. Bringing 3SR is a bad idea if we want to survive that long. Only by using our usual strategy will we have a chance to. That's why we will deploy you instead of Miss Farron for the first match. And in the final, where the tournament uses an elimination system, we will deploy Miss Farron to destroy the opponents. I see. That's right. Lily nodded in understanding. Lisa's reasoning was correct. Her eyes were focused on the screen once again. It showed both Max and Atlas killed the wave boss and caused 3 teams that targeted it to fight against each other. Explosions and flashes could be heard and seen everywhere. Both of them seemed to have fun after causing chaos and left. Then, they resumed harassing other teams and made them frustrated. It was part of a strategy Flexi called, make them mad, or MTM in short. It works so well that I think the other teams participating in this match will target us at the start. Lily thought, smiling softly. That will make my work easier. Cheers. Max raised his glass at Flexi's words. 5 similar glasses touched and created clear clanging sounds as the liquid inside moved slightly. The after party for Orangesquash's team started early. The first match had ended. And thanks to a certain trio who harassed many teams, no one from their group advanced to the next match and were eliminated early. No teams were willing to risk going against the second wave boss onward after the chaos. Most who were hit twice decided it was better to focus on defense, while those who lost team members in the chaos around the first wave boss were afraid to venture out. Still, that didn't stop the trio from harassing them. They changed tactics and went together to destroy many other teams, leaving them with only 1 or 2 members. Their opponents got used to their tactics and were able to retaliate. Every time Max got damaged, he immediately fled the scene without second thoughts. The same went for Farron and Atlas. Due to their harassment, not many teams could follow their real strategy, and they were forced to improvise. That improvisation ended in the third wave when the group started to pull mobs. Max and Atlas discarded their sniper rifle to run faster, while Farron was in charge of disturbing other teams. The crowd gathered by the mob train increased as many bases fell. No team got the extra 500 annihilation points from destroying the base because the roaches destroyed the cores. Following the increased size of the third wave, all bases fell, leaving the Orange Squash team to stand alone. However, their accumulated points still fell short compared to the other 3 groups that managed to survive until the 7th and 8th waves, so they couldn't advance to the next practice. They have become the center of attention in the barbecue party held on the Eid rooftop. Many players looked at them with intrigued gazes, while some who noticed they were the culprit behind the harassment stared at them with hate. Hiya, we have become the center of attention. I still think we should wear our leader's signature orange space suit for our prank earlier to make it funnier. Farron exclaimed loudly without caring about their gazes and sipped the juices in her hand. .net. Told you so. If we wear an orange, they will recognize us faster and scream our name out loud. Flexi added and gulped a juice in one go. Both of them weren't allowed to drink by Lisa after yesterday's commotion. Not to mention, tomorrow was a big day. Atlas was tasked to ensure his girlfriend didn't drink, while Max was trusted to keep Flexi at bay. Due to that ban, both of them began to collaborate to mess with Max. Noticing that, Max decided to show off instead, adding more mental damage so they would target their team tomorrow. You should eat too, Lily. Here. Max fed Lily a thin cut of beef, and she munched it slowly like a cute hamster. Good. It continued until the party ended. Atlas and Farron also joined to burn the other team's jealousy for the sake of their strategy. Some guys tried to feed their friends just to mock the couple, but it only backfired. Ha ha ha, look at them feeding each other. Farron laughed loudly while pointing at them, causing these people to turn red in embarrassment. I have to post this in my Strike account. Please do pose again. I will make you famous in no time. Even if I look like this, I have more than 5 million followers. After the barbecue party ended, Max left with Lily first. They walked out of the venue, which was sparse of people because it was midnight, and were about to call a taxi when a voice rang from the darkness behind a pillar. Took you long enough. Max turned to the source of the voice while shielding Lily behind him. Who was it? Calling someone in the middle of the night while hiding behind the pillar was only something that a strange or crazy person did. Still, the voice was slightly familiar to him, that was why he stopped. This noble me is hurt that you don't respond, you know. Even a viscount like me can be sad when his greeting isn't answered. A figure appeared from the pillar. He was a rather skinny man with unkempt hair and red eyes that somehow glowed in the darkness. His hand was put around his chin as he smirked. Aren't you too cold, Breeze? Why you? Max pointed at the figure with a trembling finger, idiot sucker. He shouted loudly. Who's an idiot? It's Bloodsucker. Viscount Bloodsucker. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Max laughed and relaxed. What are you doing here? Rather, it's our first time meeting directly, right? I prefer if we meet normally and not like this, though. Bloodsucker scoffed as he pulled something from his eyes, groaning painfully. Damn it, these glowing lenses are stupidly hot. The vampire wannabe grumbled loudly before he finally smiled when he managed to pull out the lenses from his eyes. Then, he pretended to be calm and coughed. "You were asking why am I here?" he asked Max with narrowed eyes. "It's to work. You didn't send me anything for the past few days. The footage I can edit is limited, mind you. Do you want to succeed at all? It's the time for your channel to grow, but you focused on this stupid competition instead." Somehow, Bloodsucker began to scold him over work. The editor, who had nothing to do, visited the streamer and told him to give him work. This was new for Max. So, he could only smile wryly and scratch his cheek. He thought the videos he sent to Bloodsucker would still be enough to be uploaded as content in PunkTube for 15 days. There was no need to mention that the video of his stream was cut into many parts to make it easier for people to watch. Max. Who is he? When he was lost in thoughts, Lily pulled his sleeve and asked. He turned to his girlfriend for a second and realized he had never introduced Bloodsucker to her. "Ah, right," Max exclaimed in realization. "Let me introduce you, that man is Bloodsucker, my editor. And Sucker, meet Lily. You surely know her, right?" "Yeah, I know. But let's talk about the footage. We can talk about that later. Isn't the footage I sent you enough for the next month already? We can also upload the VODs into another channel on PunkTube. The problem is that I have edited everything. Give me more footage already." Bloodsucker screamed like a madman who was on a withdrawal. Max was troubled. He didn't know what to do in this situation. It was foreign. Usually, an editor would ask for a raise or edit the video fast so they could rest. But this man was different. Still, he trusted that vampire wannabe. Without a doubt, his editing skills were top-notch. Can we really trust him? Lily asked once again, feeling that her boyfriend's editor might be beyond help. "I don't know," Max answered her with uncertainty. "Cuckoo, no worries. You can leave editing to me, Breeze. I just need extra pay if I take on a special project, though. Do note that." Bloodsucker said, "Midnight has arrived. It's time for me to drink. Please wait a minute." After saying that, Bloodsucker took a bottle filled with thick red liquid and popped the lid open before downing it in one go. The gulping sound was audible. Combined with the creepy atmosphere of his bearing and clothing, Lily took a step back in fear. She wasn't good with this kind of thing, especially in real life. A zombie was fine, but a creepy guy wasn't good. Max, let's return. Just let him edit it. As long as it's good, then I don't mind it. She pulled his sleeve and wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. "All right," Max answered. Today's meeting with Bloodsucker was enough. Next time, he would meet his editor alone, seeing how scared Lily was with him. "Sucker, let's continue our talk after the competition. I will get you some interesting footage tomorrow. I plan to make a vlog before the competition begins to see our opponent's reaction." Bloodsucker finished his drink and looked at Max. He nodded at his employer. "It's a shame you can't record the competition itself, but I will download the live stream's VOD and make do with that," the vampire wannabe said and swiped his arm exaggeratedly. "Now then, this noble me has to leave also as the bright light hurts me. Have a good night. You too." Max stood with Lily and watched Bloodsucker walk away into the darkness. The vampire wannabe stealthily went away, staying in the pillar's shadow. When he was gone, Lily muttered, "He's a strange fellow. And he's so scary. I think he's just a bit awkward." He commented, "But yeah, I won't deny that he's a bit strange. Let's just return to our hotel and rest for tomorrow. I don't think I will be able to sleep after that. I hope he won't appear in my dream. That would be scary." That indeed is a plot for a horror game. After returning to the hotel, Max entered his room with a sigh. He finally had time alone to review tomorrow's strategy. Let's see. He sat on a soft sofa on the balcony and opened a file given by Flexi a week ago. It's this. The file was only filled with words. There was no flowery image or stuff that could make it friendlier. In the title section, Orange Strategy was written in bold. Following that were a few steps that could possibly lead to their victory. Firstly, They started the strategy in joint practice, which was today. The plan's name was Make Them Mad. The goal of this plan was simple: attack the other team's mentality and make them think they would also harass them in the actual tournament. At this point, people who read this strategy would probably ask, why? What was there to gain from making the other teams angry at them? It would only lead other teams to target them in the wave boss scramble, right? The answer lies in the second step. If they are enraged and experienced being harassed, they would change their strategy and focus on defense. They are professional players. Surely their desire to win far outweighed their personal feelings. Some players would probably attack them once they were in sight, but that would be the minority. At most, 1 or 2 teams would dare to attack them blatantly. The group composition of the joint practice will be the same as the actual competition. That's why this plan is possible. Lastly, they had to survive. According to all factors combined, it might be possible to survive until the 8th wave. To ensure they could advance to the final, they had to take 3 or 4 teams and 3 wave bosses from the 4th onward. That job was left to Lily, who would use a sniper rifle to steal the kill. Max's job was to harass the teams and annihilate them if possible. He would be supported by Atlas, whose job was to find enemy bases. As usual, Flexi would defend the base with his MG. This is good. We survived until the 9th wave with this composition, so we should be able to do it again. If possible, though, I'd love to see the last wave, which is said to be unbeatable due to the large amount of cockroaches pouring from all sides. After reading all the plans, Max looked at his extra quest's progress. Less than quest. I can do it better. Adds video. Meh, you are a streamer. Your job is to stream and shoot videos. Prove that you are better than a professional by getting your original version more likes than your first ad video. Progress: 275,571, 112,346. Reward: secret reward. Deadline: 16/30 days counting after the ad is released. This is a bonus quest. Failure will result in nothing. Greater than. Just 14 more days, and he would receive the reward. It had already been 16 days since midnight had passed. He wondered if the system would give him another quest while this was still ongoing. He surely wanted more reward, hopefully, a useful one. .net. Time passed quickly. The morning had arrived, and teams began to arrive at the Eid for the competition. May 31st. Roach Planet's competition officially started with 2,000 spectators. The first group has entered the stage and is now preparing the VR capsule. Nature, who do you think will advance to the final among the 10 teams in this group? Or do you think no one will advance just like the joint practice yesterday? I wonder. If the Orange Squash team decided to troll like yesterday, then that's a possibility. However, did you notice that they changed their roster? They took out Farron and replaced her with Lily Pixel. I think they plan to win this round. Right. In the scrim, they managed to survive until the 9th wave with this composition and beat the favorite, Mice team. I think we can look forward to this match. Ha ha ha, I think so too, Grant. I wonder how other teams prepare themselves to combat Orange Squash's harassment. That would be something to look forward to. The host talked excitedly as the clips from yesterday played in the background. It seems all players are ready. We will pass this to Jack and Paul on the stage. Thank you, Grand and Nature. We will take care of the casting from here. All players entered their VR capsule and were ready to defend their bases from cockroaches. Everyone was transported to their respective base. Max, who had just been transported, immediately checked his teammates. Everyone was here holding their respective weapons. Their base seemed to be located in the middle of a desert with no dunes or boulders around. It was the best place they could ask for. The infamous Orange Squash has appeared in their base. Let's see. Oh, they are holding normal weapons this time. Unlike the joint tournament, Max was holding a mock P90 MSG. Flexi was still with his MG, but Atlas held a normal rifle instead of the large sniper rifle like the one Lily had. Indeed, they have changed their strategy. It seems they were truly trolling in the match yesterday. That's for sure. However, look at the effect. All 10 teams have at least one person holding an SR. Even those with a defensive strategy using 4MG have slightly changed their tactic. They are probably afraid of getting harassed anymore. That changes everything, no. With this, they can only send 2 people to kill the wave boss instead of the usual 3. The running speed of those holding a sniper rifle is slower than others. It's too heavy. Indeed. I am still wondering how the players in the Orange Squash team aren't affected by the weight. Breeze aside, as he has a 98.5 synchronization rate, how high is those players' SR? Even Lily Pixel was slightly affected by the weight of the sniper when she was running. Now I am curious. But there is a game we need to cast. The countdown of the first wave has started ticking. All teams are in their position. They have prepared extra ammo above the wall for easier reloading. Their sniper has prepared themselves for an attack. True to what the caster said, the team asked their sniper player to look for the harasser. They were wary of an attack. However, alright, let's not attack them. Flexi commanded his team to stay still in the base. We will play tricks on their minds. Let's focus on defense and wave boss until the third wave. Then, we will destroy them. Their real strategy started. The first and second waves went pretty smoothly for Max and the group. They easily defended themselves against the cockroaches and even killed the 2 wave bosses, giving their team an extra 300 annihilation points. Life is good. No players from other teams are trying to kill the wave boss. Max commented casually as he ran around the gray desert to return to the base. Running beside him was Lily and Atlas. They had just returned from killing the second wave boss and were prepared to follow their next plan. Lily, good luck, he said to his girlfriend when they reached a large boulder. Make sure you stay out of their range. It will be trickier now that they use sniper rifles to try to find you. This was where they separated. The harassment would start now until the 5th wave. I will. Good luck to you too, Breeze. Lily nodded with a smile. Destroy them with Atlas. .net. Leave it to us. Max grinned as he high-fived her. He ran in another direction with Atlas to finish his own mission. While running, he looked at the blonde-haired man. How many bases do we need to destroy before the 4th wave? Based on our current points, I say a minimum of 2 to ensure our victory. 2, huh? That's why we go southwest of our base. Indeed. There are 2 bases that are close to each other. It's fortunate we spawn on the edge of the map. You're right. Their running speed wasn't affected at all, even when they were talking. Both of them were pretty casual for players who played in a franchise tournament, the highest one in Roach Planet's competition. And their strategy was too bold for a team that risked themselves to reach this far. Mainly, it was all due to the fact they weren't actually supposed to be here. Only Flexi had the qualifications to enter and had been serious about this competition before. Dizzy Top, Tipsy Car, and Flatheadman is it. Flexi especially asks us to drill their heads if we see them. Max chuckled in amusement as he remembered their last strategy meeting this morning. Can't say I don't understand his feeling of getting betrayed. Atlas added, with his usual calm tone, I will take that task if you don't mind. Though I don't think we can find out about them. We can just kill everyone we see and say that one of them is those people. Genius. Let's do that. Breeze and Atlas entered the base using grappling guns from 2 different spots. They immediately rounded the enemy when they were recharging their magazines from the warehouse. It's just clean. Atlas' rifle pierced the enemy's head one by one, and Breeze got close to the sniper rifle to riddle his body with bullets. Clean. No matter how we saw it, it was clean. They only took less than 30 seconds to destroy one base. The third wave will start in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Will they be able to destroy another base before that? The replay ended, and now the screen showed Lily. The amazement didn't stop there as it continued. Paul's voice boomed excitedly. Lily Pixel has returned after harassing a team. She made a stop at another base and downed another player before running away. Her target is the sniper. They have no chance to find her if their sniper is down. What a beast. No, stealth. She's like a cockroach. Disappear when someone find her. Don't call Lily Pixel a cockroach, you stup 1D caster. Breeze and Lily Pixel are a couple, right? They are crazy. Crazy good. They make this competition like a child's play. Are they actually that good or do other teams suck? They suck dick too much. No, it's because Orange Squash applied a strange strategy that the other teams aren't used to it. The element of surprise is too sudden. Their strategy changed so much from the scrim and joint practice, making the others perplexed. Use simple words. As the viewers, audience, and casters commented on other teams, Max and Atlas had arrived on second base. They were expected to come, and were raining bullets immediately on sight. Max was forced to hide behind a boulder, but it probably wouldn't last long, considering the sniper rifle could destroy it. Not to mention, the enemy team had 2 MGs and 1 rifle. If they stayed behind the boulder, unmoving, only to wait for them to deplete their bullet, they would eventually die. He looked at the blonde-haired man and took out 5 live grenades. Atlas did the same, as he also thought of the same strategy. I throw to the left, you to the right. I will make sure they reach their wall, Max added with a nod. Bullets kept raining on them, and a loud explosion sometimes rang from the sniper rifle's attack. The ground shook slightly from the impact, and the boulder was chipped away. However, bullets weren't infinite. They had to reload at one point. Still, they were professional. They left 2 people to rain bullets while the other 2 reloaded. But they were also humans. There was something called human error. And it happened more often than one might think. After a while, the bullet rain stopped. Max and Atlas spent not even a second hesitating and threw 10 live grenades, scattering them on the sand desert between them and the base. All grenades exploded at once when they touched the sand, sending a great deal of dust into the sky, filling the air with gray. The sand and dust reached the top of the wall and obstructed the enemy team's vision. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The team leader shouted and shot his guns everywhere. Flashes parted the dust away, giving a bit of vision to the team above the wall. Naturally, due to the thick dust, they were still unable to locate Max and Atlas. Muffled with the sound of shooting, they couldn't hear footsteps approaching them to the side. When the team realized it, they had already been downed, left with the only sniper rifle that survived the assault because he was in a prone position. 2 muzzles were pointed at his head, one short and one long. IGI. ZZT. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team QQ8QQ. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Watching the screen, the spectators were filled with excitement. Ooh, they did it. They managed to destroy 2 bases right on time. Flexi read the notification and laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha, we did it. We can win this game. So far, the plan went smoothly. The orange-haired streamer was able to see Lily return safely to the base after harassing other teams. And in the far distance, he could see his buddy and Atlas running back after getting an extra 1,000 annihilation points. In the sky, the countdown to the 3rd wave had reached 10 seconds. It was enough time for them to return, but they would have no time to rest and get new ammo and bombs. We were a bit late, my bad. Max said to Flexi as he landed beside him. Following him, Atlas and Lily also landed next to him. Can you handle the 3rd wave alone for a few seconds? He asked his orange buddy, eliciting a scoff from him. Ha, I have defended this place alone in the previous game until the 4th wave. Just a few mutated cockroaches will be able to touch the wall with me here. I'll take your word then. Max smirked and jumped down. It became a stalemate between 4 teams, 5 if anti-MG counted his team. Most of them have 3 players. Maybe they haven't been harassed yet. Nagin commented as he observed the people in the distance. 4 teams with 3 people in the wave boss. I doubt they haven't been harassed yet. Based on their tense atmosphere, they probably have been hit and now just risked getting the extra 500 points from the wave boss. Just like us, but riskier. Anti-MG commented and clicked his tongue. I have a bad feeling about this. Bad feeling. Nagin asked his teammate and looked at him. Why? Because Team Orange Squash has destroyed Team King Layer. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team 99XX66. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team D-Day. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Antimji's words were cut off by 3 notifications. The teams surrounding the third wave boss disappeared one by one, leaving only 3 confused players there. Those players' faces paled immediately after realizing what happened and they ran away, ignoring the wave boss. Their base's safety was at risk. They couldn't linger any longer and risk getting eliminated. That's why. Anti-MG finished his words without explaining and Negan nodded. What should we do? Do you need to ask? He stood up and slung his sniper rifle behind his shoulder. We need to return. Can't let Kokoko and the leader die. Alright. In the end, no one killed the wave boss due to the fear of getting hit by the Orange Squash's sly attack. Only 5 teams were left in the first match. Currently, Orange Squash's team led the match with more than 5,000 points at the end of the third wave. Holy moly! Paul and Jake screamed at once after seeing their godly play and strategy. The 5th wave arrived, with the remaining teams wary of each other. Even the Orange Squash team made no move. They stayed on their base and only went out to kill the wave boss. Extra points were always welcomed. And due to the fear of being eliminated quietly, no teams were willing to risk it anymore. Thanks to that, getting the wave boss's kill was pretty easy. Should we go and find the 5th wave boss? Max asked as he reloaded his SMG and sat down on the edge of the wall. The defense was a success, and the cockroaches were annihilated. The change in the terrain around them was proof of how much bullets and grenades they spent to defeat them. Let other teams have the 5th wave boss, Flexi answered. The orange-haired streamer picked up extra ammunition on the ground and reloaded his machine gun. We have enough points and are certain to advance as long as we survive the 7th wave if we based them on joint practice yesterday. Isn't that right? The person he asked was Lily, and she nodded. Lisa shared information with her, and they analyzed the results of the joint tournament when the others were busy. We will have more than 12k to 14k points if we survive the 7th wave. We can get more annihilation points, if possible, by helping the other team clear the wave. Then, we can just survive as long as we can or die to preserve our energies. As for me, I can go as long as I want because Farron will replace me later. I have no problem staying. Atlas chipped in as he arrived on the wall with extra magazines from the warehouse. I am used to gaming for 24 hours straight. Raiding in Horizon Online is harsh and requires players to stay up for long. So this is not a problem. I also drank a B-grade nutritional supplement before. I also have no problem playing 2 games. Max added with a smirk, after all, only I drank an A-grade nutritional supplement among us. My body is filled with energy. I don't know what to say. Flexi sighed at their response, but he secretly grinned proudly. As much as I want to say let's survive until the 10th wave, I don't want to risk our next match. We will aim to get 13k points and then retire. We need to let at least 1 or 2 teams from this match advance. Kya, you can do it. It seems the spectators believe so. The Gorilla XX has managed to kill the 5th wave boss. They are now returning to their base with smiles blossoming on their rough faces. The 6th wave will start soon. Everyone has prepared for it, especially since they don't need to go out at all. Their preparations are immaculate. Unlike the usual match, magazines filled the top walls of the team's base. All players could focus on replenishing their supply. This would undoubtedly allow them to waste ammo and focus on annihilating the enemy. This efficiency would definitely allow them to guard their base until the 8th wave without scrambling around and returning to the warehouse often. Is this what the Orange Squash's team planned all this time? Paul was surprised when he watched all teams' preparation for the endless 6th to 10th waves. It could be. They force other teams to think out of the box and survive as long as possible. It will be useless if the Orange Squash team is the only one alive. If all teams are annihilated in the 7th wave, they will lose the extra 1,000 survival points from the 8th wave. Terrifying. They perfectly control this match and put the other teams to where they want them to be. How can someone think of this strategy? Their leader, Flexi, might be better than other people thought. They are playing mind games. Inside the game, on top of the wall filled with magazines and grenades lying around, an orange-haired man spread his arms as he stood on the edge. His expression was filled with bliss. "Ah, I can hear praises coming to me. Keep it coming. Say Flexi is the greatest mastermind in this competition." Seeing their leader's figure, Max and the other two could only hide their faces in shame. Flexi would definitely have a better image if only he stayed quiet. The second-hand embarrassment is real. Max thought as he jumped down the hall once again so he wouldn't be seen with Flexi by the camera. Defending against the sixth wave onward wasn't easy, even for professional teams. Large mutated cockroaches began to appear in the horde. However, the players somehow felt that the wave was easier now. They knew the reason very well and rejoiced. Confidence sprung forth. Many thought they could easily survive until the eighth wave with this. That feeling wasn't just from mere confidence. It was from their experience as players who had already played this game for over a year. Their dedication allowed them to know that they would pull this off. All teams survived the sixth wave easily, save for the Gorilla XX team. Their walls were almost breached, but they fortunately were able to recover. They have to replenish their supply quickly or they won't survive the next wave. Because the Gorilla XX was the only team that risked themselves to get the wave boss, the sixth wave proved to be a challenge for them. It was truly unfortunate. If they had only focused on supplying magazines and grenades, they would have had an easier time. However, they managed to hold on and resupply. Their depleted ammo was soon replenished, although not as much as other teams. Get as many grenades as possible. Prepare a healing pod too. The seventh wave will have them. Flying cockroaches. Everyone's nightmare. When the black, shiny bugs began to fly, that was when hell descended. We need live grenades for large mutated cockroaches. Make sure to get as much as possible and throw it to their face. Sniper, focus on those large cockroaches. It's effective against them, as proved in the scrim a week ago. Sniper rifle might be bad for most teams because it was too heavy and not too useful in the first few waves. However, the meta had changed. Teams who said that sniper rifles were bad earlier now were grateful they had won. The Orange Squash team had destroyed any common sense and created a new meta. Sniper rifles were now a necessary weapon to bring in each team. Before long, the seventh wave arrived. The horde arrived. In Orange Squash's base, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as any other. Their points were already enough to advance to the next match. They just had to survive this wave for an extra 1,000 survival points and the freebie annihilation points from those cockroaches. Shall we play then? Max used his grappling gun to drop outside the base and plunged himself into the horde. Lily, cover me. Leave it to me. The rampage continued. Max returned to the base once he finished his fifth magazine. He resupplied and engaged in the fight once again. His presence below the base slowed the horde down. Everyone knew about this trick, but it wasn't practiced because it was dangerous. Unless one was so skilled with their movement, doing this kind of stunt was essentially a suicide. Just a bit more. Flexi informed from above as he reloaded his MG. Fuck you, Dizzy Top, Tipsy Car, and Flatheadman. Eat my ass. Ha ha ha, we advanced to the final. With the last explosion from Lily's sniper, the last mutated cockroach was killed and the seventh wave was annihilated. The ticket to the grand final tonight was in their pocket. They didn't need to try hard anymore. Max cheered as he ran around, shooting his SMG to the sky. Hell yeah, I will win this time. Nothing needed to be done. Even if they were eliminated now, they still advanced. 15k total points weren't something to scoff at, and that 5k was purely from killing enemies and the first 4-wave boss. So, what was left? The answer was simple. Hey, Flexi. Just as Max landed on the wall, he called out to his friend and tapped his shoulder. Can we have fun now? Competition or not, the game was a game. The essence of playing a game was to have fun. Just following strategy wasn't fun. That was why Max asked Flexi to promise him something. When the plan succeeded, the orange-haired streamer would allow him to do anything he pleased. Flexi agreed easily as he trusted him. Sure. He nodded at his buddy and extended his hand. It will be good if you can kill the 7th wave boss while you're at it. Ha ha ha, I will try. Max bumped his fist against Flexi's and laughed. And thus, he discarded all knowledge he knew about this game and trusted his instinct to have fun. Max died. That was the conclusion of the first match. Going against the 7th wave boss without any backup was indeed not possible. His SMG couldn't even pierce its outer shell and his bullet just bounced back without dealing any damage. As expected, SMG isn't going to work. He shrugged his shoulders as he walked down the dark corridor with Lily and the others. We do need MG or SR to kill the 6th wave boss or onward. SMG can only damage it after its outer shell is destroyed. It's not worth it, Flexi commented, his hands behind his head. Besides, we will change strategy in the final as a team in our group will surely advance with us. I think Team RH4, which survived until the end of the 8th wave, will also advance. They get 12.4k total points. They are the most cautious, Atlas added with a nod. But they aren't a team we need to worry about. Mice is more dangerous than them. You should destroy them first. Lily agreed. They kept sharing ideas on how to approach the final match. Before long, they reached their waiting room and were greeted by Lisa and Farron. They had prepared drinks and towels to wipe their sweat. Because they were in the first match that started in the morning, they had time to wait until the final, which was held in the night. The team decided to rest instead of training with other ranked teams. The strategy meeting was also held off until later. Replenishing energy was the most important thing now. With that said, I am going to watch with Lisa. You guys go have fun. Flexi said so before he left the waiting room with Lisa, who wore a cold expression. She asked for a 3-day leave but still had to work to support her boyfriend. It looked unfair, but she actually rested enough, as she didn't need to deal with external talk. Let's get something from outside. I want that roach hat merchandise. Following Flexi and Lisa, Farron pulled Atlas' hand, and they disappeared from the waiting room, leaving only Max and Lily. Looking at them, Max could only laugh wryly. They are too carefree, he commented as he leaned his back against the couch. Our team is so fun. Lily added with a small giggle, yesterday, I saw other team coaches trying their best, racking their heads. While Lisa and I only noted something like their weapons and danger level. It shows how serious they are in this competition. Yeah, I can feel that. It's fun but suffocating. I might refrain from the esports scene for a while and focus on my streaming. There are also 2 ad offers that need a bit of time to finish. Ad offers? Lily inquired curiously, her hair fell as she tilted her head. Another filming? Or just a simple endorsement? Maybe you can call it endorsement. Max hummed, unsure how to explain it. There is this brand that wants me to shout out its name at the start of my stream. And the other one, well, they want to use me as a model for their product. It's a sports clothing brand. Like Farron. She nodded in understanding. Then, she smiled brightly and clapped her hands. Does that mean I will be able to see you in a magazine? Ha ha ha, I don't know. I might just be in the inconspicuous corner. I will work him to the bones later. I got some good footage that he could edit earlier. Huffing coldly, he patted Lily's head and pulled her closer. Feel free to sleep. I will be here when you wake up. No vampire will chase after you in your dream. I know. You will protect me. Yeah, I will. He kept stroking her head until she fell asleep. This kind of time was precious to him. Calm and accompanied by his loved one without any kind of problem. I hope we can enjoy time like this more often. The 2nd to 4th preliminary matches went as expected. The team's average total points was 13k, which is still way less than what the Orange Squash managed to get. 10 teams that advanced to the final had been decided. 1. Mice. 2. Orange Squash. 3. Big Sack. 4. Jokegan. 5. MW Rifle. 9. RH4. 10. Momami. Team RH4 was barely able to enter with 12.4k points. And just as everyone had expected, the favorite to win, Team Mice was able to advance with a slight point difference from Team Orange Squash. More than half of the teams that advanced to the final were those joining the scrim. The hosts, Nature and Grand, hyped it up pretty well and promoted the idea of the scrim for all competitive esport. Everyone ready. Flexi entered the room after he finished watching the fourth team and found no one there but Max, who was reading a novel online, and Lily, who slept on his lap. Looking at the empty waiting room, the orange-haired streamer entered with Lisa and asked his friend, "Where is that crazy couple?" Without needing an explanation, Max knew his friend referred to Farron and Atlas. "After you went away, they ran out of this room. Maybe they are in the rest area or blend in with the spectators." He answered and closed the screen. "Huh, I must have missed them then. I will try to call them and ask them to return. Our enemies have been decided and we need to discuss our strategy. Mice has fought against us many times, so they have a pretty good idea of what we can do. We need something new to win." "Something new, huh? Sounds interesting." Max grinned. "You call them. I will wake Lily up." Flexi raised his hand and stopped Max. "There is no need to. Let her sleep if she's tired. We can discuss it among ourselves." "You're right. She needed the rest." I will call both of them then. We do need to talk about this, or we will have a hard time later." After saying so, Flexi called the couple. Atlas' tired voice and Farron's excited one overlapped from the speaker. "Roger. We will be there soon. I will bring ice cream for all of us. He, this one is so good." The call ended with just that and Flexi clicked his tongue. A good ice cream. They must be in the Eden Grand Mall. He grumbled, "They are too carefree." Max looked at his friend in disbelief. "Carefree? Who?" "Farron and Atlas. You're carefree too," he retorted inside his mind. Did this orange-haired guy not see the mirror this morning? If he did, then the epitome of carefree would be reflected in it. Night quickly arrived and spectators who had ample rest returned to watch the final match. Crimson Eden Hall was quickly filled once again. Grand and Nature took their seats behind the host desk, and the camera started rolling once again. "All right, Roach fans. The final that you're waiting for is here. 10 best teams from all over the world have gathered to prove they are the best, the top among the top. It's so exciting. Every team has a different strategy and approach to get as many points as possible in the preliminaries. But now, the final will be held with an elimination system. No matter how high their point is, the last one standing on the moon's sand will be the winner. Now, that's an interesting point to talk about. Unlike the preliminaries, we will be able to watch another strategy these best teams have cooked. Indeed, who do you think will cook better strategies? So far, these past 2 days, we have seen Team Orange Squash doing something unpredictable. They have prepared a mind game for their enemies. Do you think they will affect other teams in the final, Grand? If I have to guess, then they will probably brute force this. Maybe we will finally see a team that utilizes 4 sniper rifles. But I don't think they will be able to win easily this time. Why? Because 7 out of 10 teams this time have joined the scrim. They know a bit about Orange Squash's strategy. You're right. That's why it's exciting. Personally, I think Team Mice will win. However, I also want to see the Orange Squash team win. Just for fun. Right. Let's see how this goes. Players have entered their capsules. The final match will start soon. Let's hand this over to Paul and Jack. The screen changed, showing 2 guys standing side by side on the stage. They nodded with bright smiles and clasped their hands. Indeed, the final match is starting. All teams have spawned in the battlefield. They began to prepare something. And the team that became our focus, Orange Squash, once again changed their strategy. They appeared with 2 SR and 2 rifles. What's their strategy, I wonder? I don't know. But looking at their expressions, I believe it's nothing good. Look, Breeze and Farron have started moving. 2 snipers from the Orange Squash team have run away from their base in the same direction. I feel like we will see an elimination before the first wave. That's no way. This is the final match. The team joining this match is the best of the best. If the Orange Squash team can eliminate a team before the first wave starts, I will give you 5 grand. If they can't, you give me 5 grand. Deal. Jack agreed to Paul's bet without hesitation. Paul didn't know what was coming for him. Just a minute later, when the countdown in the sky showed 1 minute 16 seconds, a notification that shook everyone rang. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Mice Mice. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Max and Farron managed to annihilate the favorite team to win when they were at their most vulnerable moment. The final match was kicked with 2 bangs from the sniper rifle that annihilated an entire team. True harassment. Just as its name implied, the strategy revolved around harassing other teams and making them think they weren't safe. This job fell to Max and Farron, as both of them had sniper rifles in hand. Before the first wave started, they stumbled upon a base with the players stumbling up and down to get magazines to the top of the wall. They didn't know which team this base belonged to from the top of Sand Dune. And they also didn't care enough to see their logo before bursting their heads into a paste with sniper rifles. Just 2 shots from each sniper was enough to annihilate them. Only then did they know which team this base belonged to. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Mice Mice. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Quote. Speechless, Max looked at the notification with a blank stare. Yay! Meanwhile, Farron exclaimed excitedly and threw her arms in the sky. We annihilated the strongest team. This was truly something to celebrate. Their worst matchup, a team that could hold themselves until the 9th wave if they wanted to, was eliminated pretty early. Max blamed them for lowering their guard in the final and focused on resupplying instead. Getting annihilated early on was definitely their fault. We're pretty lucky, he said as he rose from his prone position and slung the sniper rifle on his back. Let's move and find more bases, Farron. We will locate all of them in this first wave. Got it, Captain. Farron mock saluted him and imitated his movement. Soldier Farron is ready. Good. Let's split and report our findings through the communication device. Got it, she repeated and turned around. Soldier Farron taking off. With that, she ran and kicked the dust into the air. Max looked at them for a second before running in the opposite direction. Finding enemy bases in the first wave would be pretty easy. He just needed to find a swarm of black bugs instead of a base that blended with its surroundings. 3 to 5 minutes. That was how long the professional teams usually annihilated the first wave's cockroaches. He didn't have that much time to find up to 9 bases with Farron. Still, he truly didn't expect this. The final match's RNG was pretty good. Just a minute. There was nothing wrong with waiting for that long. As much as it tormented him, Farron finally arrived. Where is the enemy? She immediately asked as she prone beside him. That way, Max answered and pointed his finger at the base around 300 meters away from them. You can hit the left. I will hit the right and kill the 2 people between them from the crossfire. Easy peasy. Farron grinned and set her finger on the trigger. On 3. On 3. Max nodded and began counting. When it reached 3, they shot at once. Bam bam. 2 heads exploded at once. They were downed immediately without any chance to resist. However, the 2 people who got caught in 2 explosions in the middle somehow could still stand. Over there. They reacted at once, and one of them pointed their sniper in Max's direction. In response, Max pulled his trigger once again, but that was too late. Oh no. Farron's last word rang before her head exploded. The explosion hit his body and pushed him away slightly. He grunted in pain and looked up. The base was crumbling into dust. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Momami. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. The notification came, but he didn't look at it. Instead, he looked at Farron, who crawled on the desert with a wry smile. They got me, she said with a weak smile. Can you revive me? I don't think we can afford to wait. You're right. Max nodded and proceeded to revive Farron by injecting a needle into her arm. The process needed 5 seconds, and he couldn't move until then. However, he could still move his head around to survey the surroundings. And the situation isn't that good. 4 teams sent their members to our locations. They will clash if they meet, but we will get caught if we stay here any longer. Our choice is to fight them or flee. Which one do you prefer? The revival process was gone, and he proceeded to heal himself with a healing pod. Do you even need to ask? Farron slowly raised her body and healed herself with a healing pod. Fight is good. Hey, I thought you would say that. Max scoffed as he raised his sniper rifle. There were 3 bullets left in the chamber, and there were 6 enemies incoming. Farron still had 4 bullets in the chamber as well as a secondary weapon, a shaved-off shotgun with 2 bullets. To win, they either had to make them fight each other or finish them in 1 or 2 shots. This might be hard, but let's do this. No time to reload. He took a prone position once more and instructed Farron. I will take care of the ones on the east while you take care of those on the south. We don't need to be worried about the west for now, as they will clash first. And, cover me. Got it. So we both take care of 2 people for now. Easy to understand. Farron answered as she propped her sniper rifle and aimed at 2 players approaching them from the south. Without waiting any longer, she shot the ground where the players would step next. They were caught off guard and were sent flying back by the explosion. Quickly, they pushed their bodies up, but it was too late. Another explosion followed suit, killing 1 player immediately. The other one got caught in the explosion, and his vital was almost depleted. Just 1 indirect explosion would kill him. And that was exactly what Farron did to lower his team's morale. Bam! She said and pulled the trigger, killing the player in question. Now, the 2 of them tried to crawl back to their base while she reloaded her sniper. After reloading, she finished them cleanly so they couldn't be revived. I got them. What about you? She turned around to look at Max, but was surprised when she didn't find him. Huh, she exclaimed and looked around. It was then she found him in the west, engaging with a player closely. His sniper rifle sent an explosion toward the player and bounced him back and forth. There was 1 player crawling near him, but he ignored that player and focused on the other one. Ah, he's having fun. Farron said with a playful giggle, what a bad habit. I can see that player's teammates fuming in rage. She added and looked at the base in the west through her scope. 3 people stormed out of the base in rage, brandishing their guns and shooting Max, who finished with the player. He was grinning and pointed his sniper at them. Farron, shoot. Foo, I know. You first. I did. Bam. 1 player in the distance exploded once Max pulled the trigger. The sniper's bullet was faster than any weapon and could travel way farther than them. Following the first explosion was the second one. Farron had shot the second guy and immediately incapacitated the third one. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team GGP. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. What can those 2 who play rock paper scissors do? They can beat your mom. Mom 69 is banned permanently. Lol, to think he says that in an official account. As usual, the chat was divided into 2 groups, those who trusted Orange Squash's team and those who were fans of other teams. However, the 2 players in question didn't realize that. I won. Atlas grinned as he grabbed his rifle. Then, I will go first. Hold the fort with your best ability, leader. No. Damn it. I also want to show off my skill. Flexi shouted loudly as he held his space helmet. Haha, maybe next time. I need to get a little serious, or people who watch me will think that I am such an easy target. It will be troublesome as I have a lot of haters in Horizon Online, you know. Fine. I can probably buy you 2 minutes. Can you finish it and come back before that? Easy peasy, Atlas answered while imitating his girlfriend. I have removed the SR limiter in my VR capsule this time. Winning this fight will be a child's play. With that said, he ran at a speed that could be called exceeding human nature and disappeared from the top of the wall. No matter how Flexi saw it, that man was absurd. He had heard about it before the game, but this was still too much. 100% synchronization rate. What a fucking joke. He spat out those words before holding his rifle tightly. He's even faster than Breeze if he's serious. Now I understand why Stone Sword recommended him in the past. He's a monster who has both skill and luck. Still, That monster was his teammate. A grin appeared on Flexi's face as he walked in a different direction from where Atlas was gone. Even with 92% SR, I can do better than those guys. No one would underestimate him and call him baggage after this. He would show off the skill he practiced every day. Many grenades were prepared around his feet, ready to be used. Normal people have a normal way to fight. And in terms of defense, I am second to none. Before long, the second wave arrived. The horde appeared from a different direction from the one that Flexi guarded. At the same time, 3 shadows that hid themselves earlier showed up. They were players from the Big Sack team. Whether he liked it or not, Flexi had to protect the base from 2 different directions alone. This would be hard. However, he trusted himself and his abilities. Let's do this, you pests. Atlas stood on a sand dune without trying to take cover. He scanned the area quickly before looking at some boulders in the area. There is no need to hide. He said calmly, it's 3v1 anyway. Let's get it done quickly. His words didn't manage to convince the enemies. They were still wary of him and his skill. No one underestimated this man, especially the teams who joined the scrim. It seems they don't want to show up. Atlas thought as he sighed, this is so tiring, so I don't want to do this. But it seems I have no choice. Having 100% SR wasn't something good. The load in the brain was worse than usual, so he usually limited his SR to 98 or 98.5% at maximum by using the VR capsule setting. That way, he could play the game longer. However, this was a final match. At most, this match would only last for an hour. Pushing himself a little bit wouldn't be a problem, though he had to drink another nutritional supplement right after. 2 behind the big boulder on my right and 1 behind the smaller one on my left. Having senses no different, even enhanced from IRL, he managed to locate his enemies based on the track they left behind on the sand. Atlas took out a biochemical grenade and immediately threw it to the left, at the lone enemy hiding behind the smaller boulder. The effect spread fast. Green smoke rose from the grenade and covered the area. While it couldn't damage a player due to their helmet and airtight costume, it worked wonderfully to disturb their sight. He immediately moved once the smoke spread and lunged inside. His rifle was ready in hand, and he shot a moving shadow once he saw it. Ah! The shadow raised his voice as the bullets riddled his body and downed him. His vitals turned red at once, and he did not get a chance to react. Shit. 2 people hiding behind the large boulder stepped out. I told you we should stick together. One of them bellowed and rained the small boulder with bullets. Another one stepped forward to cover the downed player and tried to revive him. But once he was separated from his friend, another biochemical grenade burst open and green smoke filled the air. Atlas didn't shy away from the chance he created and dashed forward. He sent bullets flying toward the guy in the front as a grenade flew in the air toward the last guy. It exploded mid-air and sent the man flying, stopping the cover fire. Using this chance, he killed the guy who tried to revive the first one and shot the last guy straight in the head. 30 seconds were all he took to take care of them. He used another 10 seconds to kill them permanently before running back to the base to assist Flexi. Me too, I can't see it. I also wondered if that's humanly possible. I even screamed to the security and the staff to check his VR capsule. Paul exaggerated with a loud voice. But that changed after I got this information from the Spencer manufacturer. Please look at this. On top of the screen, which showed a tense waiting between 4 teams that got hit by Max and Farron, a status appeared. It showed Orange Esquash's team members' names and their respective synchronization rates. Flexi has the lowest of 92% SR. That's impressive for a professional player already. And we know Breeze's SR. He has the second highest SR in the world and the fastest time in the synchronization test. However, look at the others, especially at Atlas. Is this real? Jack couldn't believe his eyes. And so was the chat. Atlas 100%. Breeze 98.5%. Farron 98.3%. Flexi 92%. NAAAAAHHHHH. God. 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 Holy shit. He's the god. This is ridiculous. Look at them. Flexi. Hey, I might be bad, but look at my teammates. Monsters. Ha 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 ha. Their surprise wasn't unfounded. 3 people with the highest SR in the world joined hands in one team. Not to mention, they had the skill to back up their high SR, which allowed them to be better than other players. We have confirmed this with the Spencer Association, the company that takes care of the world record list of synchronization rates and tests. The website has been updated. The anonymous first and third rank have revealed their name. Their names are Atlas and Farron. The crazy couple. This is exceptional. Otherworldly. I can't have a word to describe this. And I can understand now. The higher their SR, the faster they can react in the VR world. It's a natural cheat named talent. No one can doubt them now. If there are still people who say they are cheating, they are ready to take the 1v1 challenge after the competition ends, Flexi said. It seems their leader knows how viewers think very well. Ha ha ha. How confident. Jack exclaimed. Setting that aside, let's return to the game. The tension rises, and the 4 teams in the sand desert face each other. They have made their moves. It's not a fight to determine the winner. They have set their mind to becoming number 2. Breeze and Farron have reached Big Sack and Jokegan's base to deliver the final nail to the coffin. It seems that the winner has been decided with this. Not so fast. Who knows if there is an epic comeback from the last team? We won't be sure until the competition truly ends. Can the remaining teams make a comeback? I mean, we probably should ban Breeze, Atlas, and Farron from playing together. They are like cheat codes. Hope is lost. But those players inside don't know this information, so they are still striving. Man, I should have placed my bet on Orange Squash instead of Mice. He. Someone in the spectator seat chuckled lowly. His body was trembling, and his fingers moved strangely. I am rich. Rich. That someone was Bloodsucker. He looked at the small screen he opened. On the screen was a betting site for this competition. And he put all his money into it, totaling more than 20 grand, into Team Orange Squash. The return was more than 5 times. Meaning he got a lot of money. This noble me truly brings luck. The team that I choose will definitely win. Ha ha ha, Breeze should be thankful to me. Even when the game was still ongoing, Bloodsucker was sure the team wouldn't lose. His luck was heavenly. Or so he believed. Oh, look at them. 3 teams destroyed each other and managed to destroy that Big Sack and Jokegan's base. What a child's play. They need to prepare to get featured and become a drama with this kind of play. No one will be satisfied with this kind of final. The 9 teams became something like a joke. Even the favorite team was utterly destroyed, unlike what happened in the scrim. 2 teams were left, MW Rifle and Orange Squash. The former only had 1 person left, and he desperately tried to hold the 5th wave alone. Somehow, for some reason, that player screamed loudly to boost his own morale. It seemed like he still wanted to win. Team Orange Squash, who gathered in their base, didn't want to disrespect the last team. Max went out of the base with Farron to finish their job after helping Flexi and Atlas deal with the 5th wave. They headed to where the massacre scene happened just a while ago. When Max arrived, he saw a man walking toward him with a rifle in hand. He's showing up, Farron said as she readied her sniper. Shoot him. Wait. Max stopped her by raising his hand. He looked at the approaching man with narrowed eyes. The atmosphere was serious, as if he wanted to have a fair fight at the end of this final match. The man from MW Rifle walked like a warrior marching into a deathmatch. His expression behind the visor was serious. Looking at him, Max also stepped forward, a sniper rifle in hand. His expression was rigid, like a cowboy marching into a fair duel. Both of them stopped within the 15-meter range without any prior agreement. Sand moved slowly. The atmosphere couldn't be described in words. This was the final match. The final stand. I know. Max hissed, but this is frustrating. Can't they just stay for a while to watch us lift the trophy? What allowed him to stay calm after that was Bloodsucker. The vampire's strange figure stood out among the remaining crowd. He was laughing like a madman while being shot by a camera. Well, good job, Sucker. Seeing him being here is enough, I guess. Max thought as he felt a hand on his shoulder. This is life, buddy. Welcome to the professional scene. Flexi grinned and laughed. After a bit of celebration after the game, all players exited the capsules. Some were glaring at them, but Mice's team leader actually approached and gave their congratulations. Ha ha ha, we're really taken off guard. I hope to see you guys again next year. The slightly large man laughed in a friendly manner as he shook Flexi's hand. Me too, Asmo. Let's meet again next year if we have a chance. Great. We won't lose next time. That became an icebreaker, and other teams approached them to say congratulations. Following that, Jack and Paul came over to interview the team. Lily was also called up to get interviewed, as she played in the preliminary stage. The questions were about their feelings and how they reached this stage, which were easy to answer. After the interview, the team gathered together and lifted the trophy. As a leader, Flexi was given the chance to lift it first, followed by the others, with Lily being last. Max felt happy when he lifted it as if he had accomplished something big. He had made his mark in this world. His name would be remembered and mentioned in the future. This is a strange feeling, he thought. Spectators clapped their hands. The chat was moving so fast with messages. Congratulations. Happy for you guys. Your tactic is strange, but you deserve this win. Farron, you dirty little girl. I like your way. Last shot by Farron is so epic. Lol. I clipped it. Breeze and Rifle Life getting serious. Then bam. Farron killed Rifle Life. That was so epic lol. Congratulations, Orange Squash. Breezy. Reading the chat, Max's lips curled into a genuine smile. While a lot of spectators left their seats without watching them lifting the trophy, he was glad there were still more than 100k people in their home or VR world watching it. See. Flexi smirked as he appeared on his side. This is life. You lost something small but gained something big. Hey, you talk big for someone who only does this for fun. Max scoffed and put his hands inside his pocket, but I guess you're right. This is life. Cheers. See, cheers. After victory came celebration. This was a natural way of life. It was held on Sitting Dran's roof. Max sat on the end of the table and joined to drink something light. There was no need to refuse drinking in this kind of situation, especially since he already had someone looking out for him and staying sober. Ha ha ha, everything is on me. Drink more, guys. Flexi was lost in happiness and laughed loudly. He's really happy with the result, Max commented as he looked at his happy friend. I am also satisfied, though. Don't you think so, sucker? I got many good footage you can use, right? Why is this noble me here? Bloodsucker deflated as he sipped wine in the glass in a classy manner. At least the drink is passable. He licked his lips. I am glad you're enjoying yourself. He chuckled after seeing his editor before turning to Lily. And, Lily, this man isn't that scary, no. You watched him acting like a kid on the spectator seat earlier. Am I feared? Bloodsucker asked with a tint of happiness in his voice. Shaw. Lily hissed as she hid behind Max, glaring at the vampire wannabe. Take 10 steps away. Come on, you're not a cat. Max sighed and turned to a certain platinum-haired girl. And Farron, please don't take pictures. Tisk, I was found out. Farron clicked her tongue and silently returned to her seat. But, yeah, is he your editor? This man looks unique. Say, do you want to work in my agency as a model? I can promise a good pay. Hearing the top model's offer, Max was surprised. He knew Bloodsucker looked a bit better than other men. But getting an invitation to join Farron's agency wasn't that easy. He knew about it because Lily shared a story about her agency beforehand. He looked at his editor curiously. Would he accept it? And if he did, how about the job as an editor? However, he didn't need to worry at all. Bloodsucker moved the glass in his hand slowly, watching the wine move inside. Sorry, lady, but this noble me's figure is not for everyone to enjoy. Besides, light kills me and I love my current job. So, no, thank you. A shame. Farron shrugged her shoulders. You can be famous among goth ladies, you know. With your unique style and this vampire cosplay. Final. Isn't that just a last preliminary? I thought the competition would only start next month. It's so ridiculous that I can't fathom what happened. Will we see such a strategy often from now on? Say less, my teammates all use sniper rifle now. No one defends my base. I was left alone dealing with the wave and they just died. FCK them. High MMR people now try Orangesquash's strategy. Their winning rates increased by 20% at first, but now they can't win. That strategy can only be used once, dude. And it requires a high skill ceiling. I say it's bull. They don't deserve the win. Many people were dissatisfied with the result. New strategy and new champion. No one wanted to accept it. They chose to talk bad about the winner instead because that was way easier for them. The head didn't only reach Roach Planet's forum. Strike was also buzzing after the anonymous first and third rank in SR ranking were revealed. A certain community stepped forward from their cave and shared this news first. This community was made up of players who played Horizon Online, Atlas and Farron's main game, totaling more than 50 million active players worldwide. I knew it. Those crazy couples are indeed crazy. Look at Atlas Sr. A fucking 100%. Dude, is he even human? How could he achieve that SR? Stay updated with MVL. It's not humanly possible. 100% SR. Do those scientists have any explanation? Is his brain made from data? Atlas, first confirmed 100%. God is the crazy couple from Horizon Online and a top model Atlas. No talk from the doctor or scientist. 100% SR. Real or fake? Due to the gravity of the situation, no one knew how to react and thought it was exaggerated. Max also didn't believe it at first, but Lily had a perfect explanation that no other people knew besides a select few. Atlas was the one who helped the Spencer family tune our new VR capsule. It's made with him as a base, that's why he can reach 100% SR. Before this capsule was released, his SR peaked at 98.2%, while Farron had the same SR as the one she had right now. Ah, this is a family secret. After slyly putting her finger in front of her lips, Lily grinned at him. He knew why and couldn't help but pull her into a hug and give her a kiss, even in front of everyone. She was too cute to imply she shared this family secret with him. That made her blush furiously, and she ran away first. Max chased after her and practically ended the party for the night. Everyone returned to their respective home and hotel. The next day, he returned home with Lily using Sky Rail. It was a fulfilling week. But streamers had no word, rest, in their dictionary. Tomorrow was just another day for them. June arrived. Summer had arrived with a full blast, and the temperature outside had increased significantly. Many scientists stepped forward and put their theory regarding Atlas SR on strike. The Roach Planet's competition news was buried thanks to that, not that it mattered because the Orangesquash's team received too much hate from the game's fans due to their strategy. Instead, it was good news for them because they didn't receive any backlash or haters. 3 days had passed since Max returned from the competition. He was home already, and he felt rather empty. He had finished one ad offer Michael gave him, a shout out to an energy drink brand. It was really easy because all he had to do was put up their brand logo and talk a little bit. That's the easiest 10 grand that I ever made in my life. He sneered as he enjoyed a cold orange juice in his living room. He wanted to visit Lily, but she was busy creating new songs from the new album. Now, without anything to do, he was just chatting with his friends while relaxing. Amelia, Mad Lad, Princess Peach, almost all he talked to in the new streamers gathering messaged him a day after the tournament, and they still contact each other today. Breeze, can you spare me a little bit of detail about this reality show? Is it a one-time event, or has it been aired before? I have to hear it first before making a decision. And what do I gain from this? You know, my reputation after the Roach Planet competition isn't exactly stable. Peach, I figured that out. You don't want to create any drama, right? Don't worry, it's just a simple variety show about cooking. The show is called Heavenly Dish. Because of our lack of newbies and reputation, we decided to invite 2 guests. Of course, there will be an appearance fee. We can talk about that later. Now, that was a real talk. Max was interested in the event and was about to consider it seriously. But then, he remembered that this was an agency event and not a personal one like a streamer gathering. He was also about to appear as a guest, so he couldn't accept it easily. I have to talk to Michael about this. Even if I look free, I am still affiliated with Biozone Entertainment. I was about to agree easily due to how she rushed me. Damn, that was close. Princess Peach is such a good roleplayer. Breeze. I will talk with my assistant from the Biozone first. If I get an okay, I will tell you immediately. Peach. Understood. Peasant does need to report to their superior before accepting an invitation. I will wait until tomorrow. Do bring me good news. That should settle it. Let's call Michael now, he said, pulling out his contact list. But still, cooking. What a coincidence. I should ask Chef Rush to teach me if Michael allows me to join this. With that, he called the person responsible for him in Biozone and explained the situation. Michael didn't stop and even pushed him to join this event because it could foster a relationship between him and Bamboo Talent. Max could have accepted and sent a message to Princess Peach immediately, but he held it off for later. She said she would wait until tomorrow, and he would sell himself high so he wouldn't appear to be a cheap commodity. Stay updated via MVL. The weather is so good. Let's make some tutorials using monkey bars on the roof. Oh, I should also call Lily and tell her about it. I hope she agrees to join this event with me. Lily accepted the invitation and was looking forward to it. Max was glad that she did because he could show off his skill then. The day passed quickly. He streamed IRL, showing off some moves that he could do using monkey bars on the roof. He placed the camera in a way so people couldn't recognize the scenery around him. The stream was pretty short because he needed to do something at night. After ending his stream, he took a shower and went out of his apartment. He wanted to meet Chef Rush and asked him to teach him for a week. It could also become content and promote the restaurant if it went well. Arriving at the restaurant, Max hesitated a bit. It looked so foreign, and no energetic girl was greeting him. Instead, a young man acted as a waiter and took orders from a few people. He was probably a new guy who was employed by Chef Rush to take Nina's position. Welcome. The waiter greeted him excitedly. Do you want to dine in or take away? He asked. I don't need them. I am here to meet Chef Rush. Is he inside? Max answered softly to the waiter, who didn't recognize him. Chef Rush. I am sorry, but he's busy. Boy, come inside. Before the waiter finished his sentence, Chef Rush appeared from the small window connected to the dining hall, and his voice boomed. Max looked at the chef briefly before turning to the waiter. Excuse me. He walked past the confused young man and entered the kitchen with familiarity. Yes, familiar. However, once again, being here without Nina's presence felt slightly strange. Entering the kitchen, the aroma of all spices hit his nostrils. It was too thick that he frowned slightly before locating Chef Rush, who was cooking alone in the kitchen. The large man was wearing a hat and mask for sanitary purposes. What do you need, boy? If you're free, move your hand and give me a little help while we talk. It was strange and sudden, but Max didn't refuse. He immediately threw and he took from the bench on and helped Chef Rush prepare the menus. The preparation included cutting vegetables, taking out the prepared dough from the refrigerator, and cutting it to become noodles. It was hard. Not experienced in it, Max struggled at first. He made some mistakes and even shattered one plate because his hand slipped. Everything was rushed. Holy shit, this is hard. Probably because it was a dinner rush, many orders came after one another. There was no end to the preparation and cooking. I need you in the morning tomorrow if you don't mind. Come in time. Max turned around and shouted, Yes, chef. Good. Bring some dough and spices with you before leaving. Try to make your own noodles at home for practice. I will teach you the recipe tomorrow. Yes. Chef Rush left the kitchen to rest for a while since the customer stopped coming. Max followed what he said and took some dough and spices to create his version of rush noodle. Let's see, Maybe it's mala and some mixed spices. I also need some chicken and broth. Yes, this is all. I won't take the pork char siu because that will be too much, and I don't plan to make the taste too complicated for myself. I am not confident of making them all in the cooking event. He didn't know how much time he had in the event, so he planned to make it simple but good. After getting everything he needed, he left the kitchen and bid farewell to Chef Rush and Kevin, the new waiter. When walking home, he looked at the sky and thanked the chef in his mind. I am eternally grateful, Chef Rush. Not only was he willing to help him immediately, but he also allowed him to make good content. I will make sure those guys know how delicious your noodles are. At that moment, his stomach grumbled. Max had missed dinner earlier. He hurried back to his apartment and made the Rush noodles using the ingredients he brought from the restaurant. Putting everything together wasn't that hard, especially after he helped Chef Rush earlier. He recreated a similar taste to the original, although he felt it still lacked something. Still, he didn't mind. The appearance was close to the original, too. He snapped a picture of it and posted it to his strike. I will apprentice as a chef tomorrow. Look forward to the livestream. This is my take on one of the menus in the restaurant. Attached image.jpg. His followers immediately flocked to the post and liked it while leaving comments. Some said they would come to the restaurant tomorrow if he did livestream it. Well, it seems a busy day will wait for me. His lips twitched upward as he rested his body on the couch. I have to tell Chef Rush to prepare more ingredients tomorrow. And I also need to message Peach about my participation. Max woke up earlier than usual to head to the restaurant. He saw a message from Nina when he checked this morning. His best friend thanked him for helping her father and said good luck. At first, he thought the good luck he needed was limited to preparation like yesterday. Maybe it would be a bit busier with his viewers coming to the restaurant after seeing his post, just like when he promoted the restaurant for the first time in the past. However, he was wrong. No, he just underestimated his influence. An average view of 1K and 15K was way too different. The scale just couldn't be compared. Holy. When he arrived at the street where the restaurant was located, he noticed a long queue and immediately hid himself. Thankfully, he wore a mask and chef's clothes he bought last night, so no one noticed that it was him. What the hell? The line was so long that he couldn't even see the restaurant. At a glance, there were more than 100 people waiting already. And he was sure it would just increase more than this. Shit. What should I do? No, would we be able to handle them? I should go to the restaurant through the back door for now. Thinking so, he used an alternative way to reach the restaurant. He immediately entered and found Chef Rush standing in the kitchen. Chef. Max called out to the large man, outside. I know. Chef Rush replied calmly without showing any panic. There is a line. I have called both Kevin and Anna to work early today. They will bring extra ingredients, too. In the meantime, read the recipe on that table and learn it. Unfortunately, I have no time to teach you today. We will learn on the fly. The instructions were clear and precise. Max nodded and began to read the recipe. At the same time, he set the action camera and strapped it to his chest. The wireless microphone was clipped on his collar. He was ready to livestream anytime and just needed to start it. Let's see. He mused while reading the piece of paper. A little bit traditional, but it might be put this way to avoid a leak of the secret recipe to the internet. There are 3 dishes Chef Rush wanted to teach me, huh? The Hell Noodles, Rush Noodles, and Gentle Noodles. The name was based on the ingredients used and how spicy they were, starting from the spiciest, Hell Noodles, to the least spicy, Gentle Noodles. Rush Noodles was a specialty of the shop and was the most common one. Why did he only teach me 3 recipes? I remember there are many in the menus. Max wondered as he squinted his eyes. At that moment, Chef Rush explained it. We will only serve those 3 dishes today. There is not enough time to prepare a variety of dishes when we handle a lot of customers, so I cut down the menu. Side dishes like char siu will be served as usual. They are already prepared in the fridge and you just need to torch them. That made sense. Yes, chef. Everything went fast after that. The waiter and waitress, Kevin and Anna, arrived with extra ingredients from the back door. The waitress recognized Max and greeted him before preparing to open the restaurant with Kevin. "Mom, make me one like that. Now I am hungry. Having spicy food for breakfast is gonna train my stomach." Max nodded in satisfaction as he managed to follow the recipe. He saw Chef Rush approach him and look at the noodles before taking a spoon and sipping the broth. The atmosphere was tense. Did he mess up the spice? Why does Chef Rush stay silent after tasting it? A second later, the chef took a chopstick and slurped the noodles. He chewed slowly and surely, making sure the texture was correct. After a while, he hummed and nodded firmly. "We can serve this to customers," the chef said. He turned to Max and patted his shoulders. "I am counting on you, boy." Hearing that, Max beamed with a smile. It was a small accomplishment of just putting everything together, but he was happy to be praised and acknowledged. "Thanks, chef," Breeze complimented. "Good for you, Breeze." "Damn, the chef's voice is so deep. I am trembling in fear. That is what you call a man. True man." Somehow, I became tense when Breeze was waiting for the judgment. Good thing he passed. Meh, just putting everything together is easy. Easy. Try to do it in front of that chef. I bet you will be trembling in fear and unable to move. The chat burst with fever like usual. Max didn't read them and continued his preparation. The front area was ready, and Kevin told the kitchen that they would open the restaurant soon. Max was ready. He was confident he could take all orders without any problem. "We're opening it." Anna's voice was booming from outside as they opened the shutter. Once the sign was turned open and the door was unlocked, the people from outside began to enter like a stampede and filled the area. Orders began to arrive without stopping. War had begun. "All right, I will feed you guys until full. Boy, make 3 more rush noodles. Don't even stop for a second or you will be fired." "I got it, chef. 3 rush noodles are ready." "What's next?" 2 hell noodles with char siu topping. Give extra spring onions." "All right." The kitchen was in chaos. Chef Rush and Max moved to prepare dishes without stopping. Sweat dripped down his forehead from the heat, forcing him to stop every now and then to wipe it clean before continuing to serve the customers. There was no end to the rush. Even after an hour passed, there was no sign of stopping. Most customers took a takeaway because the place was full, but that only contributed to more chaos in the kitchen. A few hours of cooking without rest was insane. 11K people who watched the livestream were amazed. "So this is the kitchen. The chef is yelling every time. It's so scary. It's amazing that Breeze hasn't fallen yet. They move so fast without stopping. It's been 2 hours since they started cooking and it doesn't look like they will stop soon. Is something like this normal? No, this is worse than rush hour. I work in the kitchen and never see a customer lining up like that. Even if they make simple dishes, it's so exhausting. And yet, they don't forget the sanitary. Respect for both, especially Breeze. He's so focused he didn't even look at the chat. This is the proof. Breeze can't cook. He won't respond. True lol. Rather, he has no time to respond to us. The work was too much for even Max, and it became hard for his body. He probably couldn't continue tomorrow. Please make it stop. He desperately wished in his mind. That wish came pretty quickly as Chef Rush walked to the window. "Kevin, get more ingredients from the store. We're sold out. Tell the customers outside to either wait for 20 minutes or they can return after lunch. As for the orders that were already coming, we can finish them. Please wait a little." "Yes, chef." Kevin ran out of the restaurant immediately, and all responsibility for serving the customers fell to Anna. It became busier as lunch approached. They closed the restaurant for a while for extra preparation. The line outside was still too long, so Chef Rush decided to stop taking new customers and tell Kevin to stop them by putting on a sign that they had sold out. Max also announced it in his livestream as he rested and got a nice cold drink. "Please stop coming for today, guys. If you want to try the noodles, you can do it tomorrow. I am dead, and Chef Rush is tired. Look, he's even sweating when he usually is not. You see how hard today is. Suffering from success. Many viewers began to wonder about Max's reason for apprenticing himself to Chef Rush and cooking in the restaurant. Some viewers began to reason with themselves and guessed it. Maybe he wanted to help Chef Rush. Like, look at the customers. Even I want to eat the noodles after seeing this stream. Ah, a promotion. Maybe that's the case. That was only partly correct. The Bamboo TV event hadn't been announced yet. It would only be posted on their official account tomorrow night. But Max couldn't answer that. He had no time to. Last order, boy. 3 hell noodles, take away. It's done, chef. I just need to plate it. After putting everything in a container, he made sure the lid wouldn't come loose and spill the packeted broth inside. Finishing the last order, he put them on the window and heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. Nice. Congratulations. You did it. The first day is over. A satisfaction washed over him as he turned to Chef Rush. The large man nodded firmly and gave him a thumbs up. Good job. Ooh. The chef recognized him. Maann. He's a man. Caesar. Nah, Chef Rush is the real man. Hutch or Caesar can't be compared. Guys, we need to strive and become Chef Rush. I ate my noodles, that was fire. I will become a regular. Cool. This can't be. I will return tomorrow. Everyone cheered in the chat. Max smiled when he saw the positive comment. He was glad this place was more recognized. Now I just have to do my best tomorrow too. He thought, putting his hands on his hips. Well, rest comes first. I am so freaking tired. The job wasn't over yet with that. He helped to tidy up the restaurant before going home to prepare for the next day. The second day of his apprenticeship wasn't that much different from the first day. However, Chef Rush was prepared and limited to 1 menu per person to accommodate everyone. At least the restaurant could serve around 500 to 600 servings on a normal day. But on June 5, the second day, they managed to serve around 900 servings and pump the sales. Everyone was tired, and Chef Rush gave both Anna and Kevin a rest day on June 6. Unlike the first day, the restaurant finished rather late, at 3 p.m. Max immediately returned to his apartment to clean himself. Then, he met up with Lily at a cafe to talk about tomorrow's event. Max, are you sure you won't just rest? You look tired, she asked worriedly after they sat on the chair in the corner of the cafe. Facing her, he gave a smile. It's okay. I can handle this much. You sure? Don't push yourself, okay? What if you get sick? Discover stories with MVL. At that time, you will take care of me, right? He teased and grinned, taking her hand. Yes, he was still scared of getting sick and being in a hospital. But having someone next to him just made that fear trivial. Hearing his teasing, Lily's cheek blushed slightly, and she looked away from him. Please don't joke around, she said, pulling her turtleneck's collar to hide her lower face. Both of them enjoyed the atmosphere between them for a while until the waitress brought their order. She had calmed down considerably and changed the topic. Still, she said, looking at him strangely. Isn't $3,000 too much for our guest's appearance fee? I mean, I am not that great of a cook. And I am not that famous, with only 3 to 4K average viewers. I think it's pretty reasonable. Max answered as he nibbled on a croissant he ordered. I mean, when you're in my channel, it boosts the view up to 2K. With both of our views combined, it's more than 16K. Not to mention, I have close to 900K followers now and keep going. 3K is reasonable for our fee. He wanted to say that they probably would earn more once White Lily's real identity was announced, but he kept that to himself because his girlfriend still couldn't accept the fact they got $3,000 for just attending an event. I was like that at the start too. I guess I have gotten used to it. He thought. Still, I thought 3K would be nothing for her. But she looked happy about it. Maybe it was the sense of accomplishment of getting paid for her own effort. He was happy for her. Yeah, this will be wholesome. Agree. I will definitely watch it. With Bamboo Talent, EH. Nice. They are pretty good. Yes, I know some talents there and have a good relationship with them. Breeze. Ah, this is why he learned to cook under Chef Rush. Now I understand it. Will he bring that skill to the talent show? Now, we will see Breeze shout at those guys, saying they aren't good enough. I can imagine Breeze shouting, "Do it, boy." In Chef Rush's voice. I won't do that, you know. Breeze. The post was immediately filled with comments from his followers. He replied to some comments. Lily also read the comments she got, but she didn't reply to anyone. After a while, they decided to move to Max's apartment. It was time to show off her cooking skills. Didn't need to say it, but Max had no expectations. He only watched her making fried eggs with judging eyes. If it was about cooking, he would be strict with it. That was what Chef Rush had taught him in the past 2 days. When Lily was done, she gave him the simple fried egg with a proud expression. Max couldn't be more disappointed, but he tried it nonetheless. He ate a quarter of it and had to admit it. Yeah, this is a disaster. It's good. He tried his best to give her a thumbs up in appreciation. Some talents were indeed meant to be buried. This was one of them. Max groggily woke up and tried to remember what happened last night. After tasting Lily's fried egg, he apparently made a slightly disgusted face and she noticed it. With a burning competitive spirit, she began to cook many things by looking up the recipe on the internet, but that didn't work, leading him to have the worst stomachache in history. Unable to continue being a guinea pig, he decided to stop Lily, which led her to become angry and cry. Calming her down took a long time. Only when he offered to teach her immediately did she calm down and nod. That was the true beginning of hell. Mistakes after mistakes were made. The kitchen became a mess, and he even had to restock ingredients just to help her learn how to cook. Praise to the drone delivery for 24/7 services. In the end, it took them a few hours to get a dish right. When they were done, the clock showed 2 a.m., and he had Lily to stay after he called Stone Sword. He still remembered his brother-in-law's warning right now. If you do something that she doesn't like, I will make sure you regret it. Yeah, that was scary, especially since Max knew what happened to someone who made Lily uncomfortable. Thankfully, Lily was in a happy mood and even happier when he offered her to stay. She immediately called a drone delivery to send her something from her house. Ah! Max groaned as he struggled to wake up. He felt a weight pulling his arm and looked to the left. Lily was hugging his left arm in her black bunny onesie. Explore more stories at MVL. Lily. He called out to his girlfriend and shook her body softly. Wake up, it's morning. We will be late if we don't prepare right now. HNN, just a bit. She snuggled closer with a sloppy expression. Momo, so warm. It seemed like she muttered in her sleep and thought his arm was her bunny plushie. Max's lips curled upward, but that wouldn't do. He woke up too late, and it was now 8 a.m. I am not Momo, young lady. Get up and change your clothes. We will be returning you to your home, and log into the VR world ASAP. Max? Lily asked as she slowly opened her eyes. She was still half asleep as she raised her body and looked around. Where is Momo? She looked at the arm she hugged and wondered. There is no Momo, there is only Max. He answered with a chuckle and pulled her hand away. It didn't take long for Lily to show up in her jumpsuit and join him, still with slightly wet hair. They ate the noodles together, and she seemed to like them. It's so delicious, Max. I am glad if that's the case. I like it. They continued to eat in silence and washed the dishes together. If one looked at them, they might mistook them as a newlywed. No one would doubt it. The couple logged into the VR world after that. They already had the code given by Princess Peach to one of the private meeting lobby, so they went ahead and entered ahead of time. However, you're late. A pink-haired girl in ringlets wearing a dress shouted at them with her hands on her hips once they showed up. Max and Lily were speechless, and the former looked at the clock. 10:20 a.m. Pretty sure they arrived more than half an hour earlier than the promised time. But Max realized his error when Princess Peach continued. Everyone has arrived before 10 a.m. and is already preparing themselves for the set. The staff is briefing them right now. It's common sense to arrive an hour early before an event. Have you guys never learned of that? Max looked straight at Princess Peach and retorted, yeah, I never learned something like that. I always show up 30 minutes before the promised time, which someone told me is at 11 a.m. I wonder whose princess it was that said, "Come before 11 a.m. in this private room. Make sure to come before that." He imitated Princess Peach's voice, which made her blush in embarrassment while Lily giggled in amusement. Woah, so, it's my fault. Yes, it's your fault. Agreed. Indeed, it wasn't Max's fault that he didn't know the briefing started an hour before the promised time. It was his contact's fault, meaning Princess Peach's. Both of them nodded and pinned the blame on Princess Peach. The role-player looked shocked and took a step back, but she managed to maintain her persona without breaking it. Fine, that was my fault. Princess Peach said while pointing her finger at them. But that's not important. I am never wrong. We just have miscommunication. So, forget about it, and let's go to the shooting lobby. Yes, we don't want to be late. The one who was responsible for communicating threw away the responsibility and the blame with roleplay. You're right. Max agreed with her. He didn't want to hold the schedule any longer. Let's head to the shooting location. Look at your message. I will send them now. With that, Princess Peach operated the hologram screen and typed something before a notification rang from Max's message. He looked at it and saw another code, which he forwarded to Lily. You get it? He asked her, eliciting a nod from his girlfriend. Then, he entered the code and entered another lobby. This lobby looked like a filming set, with all equipment ready. Many staff members walked around, setting the cooking talent show props in the middle of a mock room in the middle of the studio space. Lily appeared next to him and looked around curiously. It's like a knight's journey program. She commented nostalgically and smiled. That was where we first met. You're right. The atmosphere is similar to that time. He nodded at her and looked around to find Princess Peach. The said roleplayer appeared next to him not long after. She immediately looked around and stopped her gaze at three people on the side of the kitchen prop with a secretary-like person talking to them. Find more to read at MVL. Princess Peach turned to Max and Lily and pointed at the group. Let's get over there. They have started their briefing already. Princess Peach walked next to them and said in a low voice, HMPH. You have my gratitude for your assistance. No problem. Following the schedule, Max and Lily were introduced to other participants. Tiamat looked happy meeting him again, as he was a fan. Lightning 912 nodded at him, recognizing his face. Max nodded back at them and looked at the blonde girl in a white uniform. She wore a metal breastplate, and a sword was strapped to her waist, right on top of her skirt. A floral hair clip was on the side of her long hair, and she looked pretty nervous. She's Knight Leticia, I guess. Max thought after finishing observing her. Hi. She waved her hand like a small animal at them. It's nice to meet you. I am a fan, she added, looking at Lily. Surprised, Lily pointed at herself, me. Not him, she added, pointing at Max. Yes, I watched your V-Shelter stream and thought you were really cool. You're also so beautiful. I admire you and have tried to become strong since that day. V-Shelter stream. Max mused in his mind, when I entered my villain arc. Lily was indeed cool at that time, although a horde of zombies killed her. Now I feel bad. I was too caught up in my role at that time and pushed everyone to the corner. Max secretly looked away and talked to Lightning and Tiamat as he let Lily converse with her first fan and Princess Peach. They talked for a while before Miss Caroline clapped her hands for attention. Sorry, but let's resume our briefing. We are pressed for time. The participants stopped at once and sat on the seat conjured by Miss Caroline. They listened to the briefing quietly. While it was called briefing, it was just an introduction to the talent show. What the talents could do and what they shouldn't do. Miss Caroline explained them all. Then, the participants were asked to change into a chef costume. Princess Peach still kept her tiara, and Knight Leticia still had her sword, which was part of their identities. As for Max, he chose a chef outfit that he was pretty familiar with, similar to the one he wore in Chef Rush's restaurant. Lily chose a similar style to him. Staff members ran frantically as 11 a.m. closed by. They did the last preparation and made sure all cameras were connected to the punch streaming. Then, the event started. Hello, peasants. Welcome to the cooking talent show. It's me, your lovely Princess Peach. Princess, that's not the correct way to greet people. Knight Leticia retorted with a panicked face. I am sorry, everyone, and good afternoon. I am Knight Leticia, Princess Peach's personal knight. Today, we have some friends with us. The blonde girl took over the introduction pretty smoothly. Her stuttering image from earlier was gone, replaced by a lovely girl. She stood next to Princess Peach behind a kitchen set. The camera was zoomed in, so the two pairs on the sides weren't visible in the camera, focusing the viewer's reaction to both of them. Afternoon. Leticia. As expected, the only one who can stop Princess Peach. Finally, the collab I am waiting for. Princess. You look beautiful in that chef garb. They look so cute together. The duo we don't expect but deserve. Will Breeze be there? Seeing the chat's positive reaction, the staff gave thumbs up and Princess Peach continued. Leticia, that's not nice. It's disturbing my introduction, she said while puffing her cheek and chest. But yeah, it's special for today. I will be nice to you pizza guys because we have guests. You better thank me for that. Even with Leticia present, Peach still didn't change her way of talking. Her haughtiness was still in glory, and a smug smile adorned her face. Max was impressed by the act. Just earlier, she looked afraid of angering Miss Misa. And now, she could smile haughtily and pull off her roleplay just fine. She's amazing, Lily whispered next to him as she looked at Peach and Letitia's exchange to start the events. I won't be able to be that cheerful in front of cameras. You don't need to try to become someone else. You are perfect the way you are. I know. She grinned at him. I just thought that it would be nice to smile more. If that's the case, then I don't think it's a problem. It's not a problem. At that moment, Max noticed the staff was making a gesture that they would enter the screen soon. Peach and Letitia's intro was almost finished. I will kill that guy. Max silently swore as he looked at Tiamat, who innocently gave him a peace sign. Still, he had to maintain his professionality. He could make a joke here, but he decided to go on a flow. My name is Breeze. He nodded at the camera. As a judge, I will give my most honest opinion about their cooking. VR World has made cooking easier and won't cause me to have stomach aches, but I hope the participants can really cook edible food. So harsh. He means he has no expectations from the participants lol. As long as it's edible, you win. What a kind judge. Lol, it's okay as long as it's not a poison XD. O_O makes it edible. Damn, that's low-key insulting. I like it. Everyone on the set was speechless. Some staff were trying to hold back their laughter at Max's apparent mocking. According to Miss Misa, as long as he didn't publicly curse, then everything was fine. That was why he decided to spice the competition up by saying those words. It works, he thought as he glanced at Lily. It was her turn to introduce herself to the 35K viewers watching. Lily. She nodded at the camera. Please make the best dish. At least, it needs to be better than what I can make. She means as long as it doesn't upset our stomach, you have a chance to win. Max explained what Lily meant so everyone knew her cooking level, but that got him an elbow from her girlfriend. No violence, please. I am pretty fragile. HMPF. Lily threw her face away and puffed her cheek cutely. She still hated being teased about her cooking. It seemed like her pride was hurt by it. Now you act like Princess Peach. Come on. He shrugged his shoulders. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Wah. How can that be similar to me? Hey, is that an insult? Leticia and Tiamat burst into laughter while Princess Peach was confused. Lightning only sighed in defeat as he took a knife to his hand. Please don't underestimate me, Breeze. I don't know about the others, but... A cutting board with a tomato on top of it appeared as the glasses man pressed a button. He looked at it and began to cut it with skillful movement. Afterward, he put the knife down and pushed his glasses up. I have studied in a culinary school for 6 months. Saying I can't cook something edible is the same as mocking me. It seems one person is spirited, Max commented with a smirk, rubbing the rib that Lily had elbowed earlier. The pain was gone, but he had a feeling this would give a comedic purpose. It's good to be spirited, but I believe you guys haven't heard of the dish you have to make, right? I heard I can choose what kind of dish the participants have to make. Everyone nodded at his words. Miss Misa left the dish's choice to him. Rather than limiting what a content creator could do, she felt that leaving the decision to the judge would be better for achieving a genuine result. It wasn't called a reality show for nothing. What kind of dish is it? I bet Breeze will have them make noodles or something spicy. He said nothing that can upset his or Lilypixel's stomach, so I doubt it will be something spicy. It can also be a specific dish, like fried rice or something. The viewers were curious as they waited for Max to reveal the dish the two pairs had to make. Having to decide it in a short time was hard for him. He also only had a few minutes to talk with Lily about it. And they arrived at a conclusion. Looking at each other, they nodded softly and Lily spoke, revealing the dish they had to make. Make us an omelette rice, an Eastern dish. The recipe and the tutorial video have been put on the screen above your kitchen set. Feel free to be creative, Max added with a grin as he crossed his legs. It's a simple but difficult dish. Make it spicy, salty, or sweet. Add meat or patties as much as you want. We will only judge from two things, the aesthetic and the taste. Do your best. You have 90 minutes to make it. Lily finished the explanation with a nod. She pressed a button, and the countdown appeared on the set without waiting for the participants to prepare themselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start cooking. Find adventures at MVL. The participants scrambled and began cooking. Max and Lily gave some commentary every now and then. But, they seemed to give up after a few minutes and fell silent. To describe the situation after Max and Lily started the cooking show in one word, it was chaos. Clang. Yeah, the egg will be the hardest one. Breeze and Lilypixel are demons for making this challenge. Reading the chat on the large screen, Max couldn't help but grin. The recipe and dish looked so easy, but the finishing would be hard. I said they are free to add anything. But in this case, they probably won't be able to do anything more than finish the base dish. The two pairs were bickering with their partners each time someone messed up. It didn't stop once or twice. Too many mistakes had happened already until lightning shoved Tiamat away. Just crack the egg and stir it. I will finish the rice. Oh okay. That was the correct answer. Their work became twice as fast as before, with lightning taking over the command. Watching that pair, Leticia also did the same thing. Princess. It's unbecoming of you to cut something with a knife. Please handle the plating and let me finish the egg. You know your stuff. A princess shouldn't cook. HNHNN, that's right. Peach nodded many times with a smug smile. Even so, Max could feel that she felt guilty for messing up too many times. They are worse than me, Lily commented on the side with her lips curled up. She turned to Max and continued. I told you, I am a good cook. I can't deny that after seeing this. Max scratched his cheek in trouble. At least Lily didn't burn the egg, and it was actually edible, although the taste was a bit questionable. As expected from someone who wanted to have blue noodles. Before long, the two pairs finished their cooking. It was plating time, and both pairs did wonderfully. Princess Peach was unexpectedly good at making the food appetizing. 90 minutes had passed since the start. When the countdown ended, the bell rang loudly. Ring 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 ring. Hands in the air, Max shouted as he rose from his seat. Every person in the set raised their hands, stepping away from the kitchen set. They all had a satisfied look, except for Lightning, who thought he was still lacking. Looking at them briefly, Max nodded and continued. It's judging time. Bring the dish to our table. Princess Peach and Tiamat brought their team's dishes to the judging table before joining their pairs. Max looked at two omelette dishes in front of him. He hummed as he judged their looks with Lily. The left one is Princess and Knight's team, and the right one is Lightning and Tiamat's team. He said, stroked his chin in wonder. From the plating, I think the Princess team did pretty well. The egg is still runny and covers the plate. while the lightning team's egg has some crack on it. The former is also decorated with greenery and makes the color good. 9/10. As for the second, not appealing. 5/10. After Lily said that, Princess Peach puffed out her chest proudly and looked down on her opponents. Ho ho ho, it seems that my ability to plate is better than yours, peasants. The winner has already been decided. Right, Leticia. As you said, Princess. We will win this talent show easily. Ha. Don't be happy so early. Lightning looked at the princess and raised his chin. Look, that number is just a quarter of what a dish is. The most important thing is the taste. Please, Breeze. Do taste ours first. All right. Max agreed to Lightning's request. There was no reason to refuse it. He looked at Lily for a second before taking a spoonful of the egg and rice that was covered in brown sauce. Putting it in his mouth, he chewed a few times and gulped. A silence was brewing. The only sound ringing in the set was him putting the spoon down and wiping his lips with a handkerchief. You can eat it, Lily. It's not poison. Lily replied and took a spoonful, munching on it with her hand hiding her lips. It's edible. Stay updated via m. ... Lightning looked at them in disbelief while Tiamat pumped his fists. That's a win. The blonde-haired man exclaimed happily. Not a poison equals win. That's in the bag already. This Tiamat guy is so funny. He's so optimistic that I can't find a fault. Nah, the taste is edible. It won't give them a stomachache. But, what if Princess and Knight's dish can get delicious from one of them? The competition isn't over, guys. The girlies still have a chance. Max's tongue felt like it was still burning as he looked at Knight. Leticia shook Princess Peach's body. I told you it's delicious. Peach exclaimed as she fixed her clothes. And I am not wrong. HMPF. You peasants just don't understand that it is the most delicious sauce a modern human ever made. Please, Princess. I told you to follow the recipe. Knight. Leticia sighed in defeat, slumping. Delicious sauce. What kind of dish did she eat? Maybe it was part of her roleplay to hide that she messed up again. If that was correct, then he was once again impressed by her. The staff also stared at Princess Peach in disbelief. Da bomb. I had that once and got admitted to the hospital. Just hearing the name makes my stomach churning. Damn, Princess Peach has defeated Breeze in a different way. Lol, Princess Peach wants to kill Breeze. So funny. Delicious. From here, we know that Princess Peach is a monster. Da bomb is delicious for her. So, who is the winner? After reading the chat, Miss Misa had a worried look. Her expression said everything she was about to do to Peach later. But the shoot was still on air. Max coughed. He had to be professional about it. Let's get into the judging result, he said, and gained the attention of the participants. Looking around, he could see various expressions. Lightning and Tiamat grinned on the side. Knight. Leticia clearly looked tired, while Princess Peach still proudly puffed her chest with her hands on her hips. HMPF. Just say that I win. I even used the secret sauce to add some spice. Max wanted to retort so badly, but he didn't do so and just sighed. There was no meaning in talking about it with a roleplayer. He nodded at Lily and she nodded back. Both had the same team in mind. The winner is. Pausing a little, he created tension between the two teams. Audible gulps could be heard from Tiamat, adding to the suspense. Team Lightning and Tiamat. Max clapped his hands as he looked at the two boys. Yahoo! Tiamat jumped and threw his hands in the air while Peach looked shocked and took a step back. No way. Well, it's clear. No matter how beautiful a dish is packaged, if it's not edible, then it can't be eaten. It's a cooking talent show and not a decorating talent show. Princess Peach has entered the wrong contest. Don't mind, Princess. Your taste is amazing. I tried da bomb immediately and my tongue is still tingling from happiness. I don't know you, but I think you need to check your taste buds and go to the hospital ASAP. Agreed. Breeze has made a reasonable decision. Respect. Don't judge a dish by its appearance. I don't think someone would prove it like this. 07 Your sacrifice at judging those guys will not be forgotten. 07 Have a nice milk. With that, the talent show was concluded. We're truly sorry. As soon as the talent show was wrapped, Miss Misa approached and apologized to Max and Lily. She also brought Princess Peach, the culprit behind Da Bomb, with her. Our talent has done a bad prank and endangered our guests. Truly, we apologize. I am sorry. I didn't know people can't handle such spice. Princess Peach apologized, her persona couldn't be seen. Tears welled up in the corner of her tears. She was scolded harshly as soon as the stream ended earlier. Find adventures at M. No, it's not a problem. It was just a bit surprising, but there is no harm. Max raised his hands, troubled by the excessive apology. He knew the other party had to do that to maintain a good relationship with him, a rising newcomer in the streaming world. On top of that, he knew both were sincere in their apologies. He didn't want to make this into a big problem. Thankfully, it's VR world. If it happens in IRL and I am admitted to the hospital, I will definitely ask for compensation. He felt like he had become overprotective of Lily. Stonesward's personality must have rubbed on him slightly. If he was asked why he felt worried about leaving Lily alone, he would answer that his girlfriend seemed like the kind of girl who would follow a stranger if she was given something interesting. Well, she stayed with me, an unknown man at that time, for a while because I did something interesting. I kind of understand why her brother becomes so overprotective of her, ignoring the fact he's assistant. In the end, Max spent some time browsing alone in the corner while waiting for Lily. He wanted to talk with Lightning and Tiamat, the boys, but they were still interviewed on the other side of the lobby after they won the talent show. In Biozone Entertainment's HQ, Mr. Taka closed a screen in front of him and looked at the man before the table. How is he? Worth the investment? No. He asked the mysterious man. What do you think can increase his worth before the streamer's war? Tell me something. The man hesitated before answering Mr. Taka. He opened his mouth, and the words coming out were something Mr. Taka had also thought of. That's what I planned. Do you think you can get access to the staff? I can, was what the man's answer. The confidence in his expression and voice elicited a nod from the marketing team manager. That's good. Give me the result in a week. This is a hard challenge, but I am counting on you. The man nodded and left the office afterward. Mr. Taka smiled and watched the man's retreating figure. After he was gone, the marketing team manager leaned back against his chair and sighed. Having a subordinate that's too competent in their work is pretty hard. He muttered as he opened a hologram screen. He called someone, a staff member who had the same competency as the one who had just left his office earlier. The call connected almost immediately. How is the matter? It's going pretty smoothly, even with the slight mishap, sir. Bamboo Talent has just contacted us with gratitude. And the offer from that sports brand has increased. They know that $10,000 will not be enough to secure a good relationship with us and Breeze. Good. Keep pushing Breeze in the direction where he will gain more popularity, Michael. Our side will launch his promotion soon, so ask him to give a bit of his time on the 14th of this month for a photo shoot. Yes, sir. I will relay this matter to him. All right. That's all. Thank you for your hard work. It's my job, sir. The call disconnected after that, and a small curve was formed on Mr. Taka's lips. His golden talent was growing pretty nicely. I just need to be careful and steer him in the right direction. If possible, I'd like to get Lily Pixel, but Stone Sword won't allow that. Let's do what we can do right now. To the best of our abilities. Another day passed. The marketing team was just as busy as usual. There was still no rest for them. Max was confused. As soon as he exited the lobby with Lily, his girlfriend refused to talk to him. She was always pouting and seemed to dodge him. Usually, when they sat down on the couch, she would get close and snuggle at him. However, this time, she was sitting at the end of the couch and indulged herself to perfect her new song without glancing at him. Hey, Lily. Are you mad? No. All right, you're mad. Is it because I called you a bad cook in the show earlier? No. It's just your imagination. Yeah, she's mad. Max thought that she wasn't mad because she still talked to him earlier. But that was just her professionalism that kept her calm. In truth, she was mad at him because he teased her too much. Look, Lily. I am sorry, alright. I was just trying to make the show fun. It's okay. She replied shortly without looking at him. Come on. He shrugged his shoulders, unable to guess what she wanted. I'll get some drink from the cafe down below. Do you want any? Americano. Alright. Max rose from the couch and walked out. At least she still cared enough to request something. Not that mad, then. He decided to give her time alone and went to get some coffee. The automatic door was opened and closed as he stepped out. When Lily heard that, she peeked her head up and threw her headphones away, hands clutching on her head. Why did I do that? She muttered in a troubled tone. Ooh, stupid Max. This was the first time she felt embarrassed, angry, and cared about something as much as she did right now. She couldn't understand why, but she didn't want him to say something bad about her. I want him to praise me. I want him to hold me. And I don't want him to look at another girl. It sounded selfish, even from her perspective. Was being this possessive okay? She didn't think that even Farron did this to Atlas. Then, was she strange? She didn't know. But one thing was for sure. I am not acting like myself right now, she said as she rose from the couch. I can't stay like this. What if Max hates me? No, I don't want that. But I want him to praise me first. What should I do? Find your next read on M. I hate this. Praise and compliments were something that came naturally to Lily. She had been called talented so many times. She hated it. The empty words from people who didn't know her best, who didn't know her hard work. But, just today, she wanted to hear praise from Max. And it troubled her, making her unable to think straight. When he listened to her in the past, she said she hated being praised. But now, she wanted to be praised. Let's shower her with enough praise from now on. Stroking her hair gently, he whispered into her ears. You did great, Lily. You worked so hard. I know you did. You said you were selfish. For me, you're not selfish at all. Please be more selfish in front of me and tell me what you want. I am your boyfriend, you can trust and depend on me. Even if everyone hates what you do, I will always be by your side. And, look, you're the loveliest girl in the world for me. You have done many great things. I know you were mad the moment you elbowed me, but you managed to mask that and act professional. Not all people could do that, be proud of it. I know. Am I a good girl? You're a good girl, Lily. The one I love the most in this world. Hearing that, Lily's lips curled up. She backed away and put her hands around her neck. Both of them looked at each other briefly before she kissed him and pushed him onto the couch. All desires took over. Happiness overflowing. Max, I love you. Love you too, Lily. Snap. The room suddenly turned dark with a snap of Lily's fingers. Only 2 cups of hot coffee on the table witnessed their backs as they disappeared into another room. Max left Lily's apartment once morning arrived. His face beamed with a bright smile as he walked on the street. He could as well say that he was the happiest man in the world. I didn't expect that. Lily was mad not just because of him teasing her, but also because she wanted more attention. She looked so cute and precious when she asked him to praise her. Well, one thing after another led to a bigger thing. He wanted to play it slowly, but she was unexpectedly craving more attention. After everything was said and done, Lily was just a normal girl. She also wanted affection from her boyfriend and getting praised normally, just not excessive praise with an ulterior motive, but a pure and genuine one. I am happy knowing that she cares so much about me and my attention. Let's shower her with more love in the future, he thought as he made his way back to his apartment. Today, he planned to continue his mercenary quest. Because today was Sunday, he planned to stream as soon as he hit home. Well, I wanted to go on a date with Lily, but it's impossible now. She said she can't walk normally and needs to rest. Not that it was his fault. She seduced him first. I miss her already. It's just a few minutes since we parted, but I can't stop thinking about her, he thought, looking at the sky. Let's fight some monsters and let this go off my head. If possible, I want to finish the main story today. With that, he half run toward his apartment. Let's meet Blackie again. Mercenary quest resume. I will hunt colossal class monster. Hashtag mercenary quest, hashtag breeze, hashtag monster hunt, hashtag storyline, hashtag main story. Livestream starts. Max started the stream as soon as he entered his lobby and sat on his usual chair. Hello, guys. Ha ha ha, welcome to my stream. Today, we will continue our mercenary quest. Having cooked too many noodles, now I want to cook some monster soup. Welcome back, chef. We've been waiting for this. Let's continue the main story. Took you so long to return from the moon where cockroaches are. Let's go. Yeah, you were right. Just when I returned from the moon, I took up cooking as a job. But now I have returned to hunt a colossal class monster. He laughed merrily. Now then, let's get into the game. After saying that, Max pulled out the game screen and logged in. His vision changed almost immediately and he stood in a ranch where he last logged out. A large cat-like monster, Catlapu, was sitting next to him with its tail moved around. His body was covered in the armor, the weight of the greatsword could be felt on his back. Blackie, he exclaimed, spread his arms, and began to stroke his fur. Experience more content on M. Meow, prrr, Blackie purred and snuggled close to him. Ha ha ha, did you miss me? There, he continued stroking Blackie in a good mood. The viewers didn't miss the overly happy display he showed them and began to speculate. Hey, didn't he look so different from yesterday? Now that you mention it, he's so cheerful today. Even though he ate da bomb yesterday. Strange. Something is fishy. Ah, my bad. I just returned from harbor and hadn't taken a shower yet. That's why it smell fishy. Huh. Quickly get out of my ranch. I will, don't rush me. After getting rushed and pushed by the grumpy old man, Max exited the ranch. As soon as he did that, he saw a lump of light waiting for him. Let's see the next mission, shall we? He approached the light and let it guide him. It moved toward the station, just like usual. The ranch was close to the entrance, so reaching his next mission giver was easy. And when he saw the question mark on top of that person, his expression immediately soured. Yikes, I have to hear his yapping again. Why does the mission giver always Jamal the Yapper? Lol, Jamal the Yapper. Quite a fitting name for Jamal. I will call him that from now on. Yapper. Skill. Yapping for more than an hour and attacking mentally. Damage. Great. Danger. High danger. Good luck, I will mute the stream for a while. Oh. When Jamal saw Max getting close, he raised his voice and waved his hand. Newbie, come here. I just heard some interesting news when you're gone from the Tromax extermination squad. Oh. Max asked curiously, as it seemed like Jamal had no intention of yapping this time around. What is it? He continued, stopping in front of the energetic mercenary. Listen and don't be surprised. Jamal lowered his voice and turned serious. It seems they have found a trace of a medium-class monster leaving Misty Forest and heading to Flora Hill. Based on the track, they guessed it's either Marauder or Grandmoo. Marauder or Grandmoo. Max repeated what the mercenary had said. Yeah, both of them span more than 10 meter long and 5 meter big. It's different from small class monsters. Jamal nodded and continued, Marauder is fine. This monster will stay in one area and eat small class monsters as food. The problem is Grandmoo. Pausing briefly, Jamal created tension in the air. His eyes narrowed as if he remembered something bad. Grandmoo's size can exceed 20 meters depending on their age. It would continue to eat grass as it kept moving without stopping. Based on the track found by the extermination squad, this monster headed straight to Flora Hill. That same direction would lead them to one of our important railways. Hearing that, Max immediately understood where the problem was. If the monster that left the track was Grandmoo, then it could risk one railway being destroyed from getting stepped on. That would be a disaster that cost a lot of money. Is there anyone who can deal with the monster? He asked, prying for more information. A team has been assembled. We just need to hear a report. Emergency. We've confirmed Grandmoo's sighting. Its size is 25 meters. I will repeat. A 25-meter big Grandmoo has been spotted. Assemble as many people as possible. We need at least 30 mercenaries and deal with it ASAP. Before Jamal finished his sentence, someone shouted loudly from inside the train and reported the sighting. The timing was immaculate. It seems that settles it. Let's go, newbie. You should get experience fighting medium-class monsters. This is a rare chance to do it with other mercenaries. Just participating will give you a good reputation in monster parts. Using them, you can upgrade your gears and fight the medium class by yourself. Ding! A new mission is generated. Grandmu Subjugation. Join the subjugation squad and kill Grandmu before it reaches the railway. Max looked at the notification in front of me and sighed. It was a main story, so he clearly couldn't refuse it. The rewards seemed to be money, reputation, and monster parts if what Jamal said could be trusted. That was great. Alright, let's go. That's what I want to hear. And he departed with Jamal to subjugate Grandmu. Usually, in Mercenary Quest, the train ride to the next station would be skipped. But because this was the main storyline, a cutscene started as soon as Max stepped into the carriage with Jamal. They easily gained access because they were part of Stronghold Mercenary. He found himself seated beside Jamal among many seasoned mercenaries. We will immediately confront Grandmu. 15 people are in charge of tying it down. The others will kill it. I know our equipment is bad. That's why we will use our numbers to kill it. A middle-aged mercenary with a body full of scars took the position of a commander. He was apparently used to killing medium-class monsters and briefed the strategy. His name was David. All participants will be given a part of the monster to create weapons or armor. Choose wisely. The biggest contributor will be given the chance to choose first. In short, if Max wanted to get the monster part he wanted, he had to make the biggest contribution. He had to either deliver the last kill or weaken the monster. It's so easy to understand, he said to the viewers in a semi-transparent state, watching the cutscene. The explanation continued for a while. I bet yours is only 5 centimeters. But dirty talk aside, Grandmu indeed looks unreasonable from our eyes. Welcome to Mercenary Quest. You've graduated from being a small dick to a real adult. Adult have adult enemies to fight. Good luck, mercenary. You've stepped into the adulthood stairs. Fuck. Max could only say that before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Come on, newbie. We won't get enough contributions if we don't hurry. Jamal jumped off the train while holding 2 large daggers in his hands. He had a childish smile on his face as he began to run at a speed impossible for a normal human to achieve. While the man was a master at yapping, apparently, he was also a master at work. No wonder he called Max a newbie. Could Jamal be a strong mercenary? He asked uncertainty. No normal mercenary can enter Stronghold Mercenary. We will not spoil it. Jamal the yapper is great, that's what you need to know. Good thing you understand that already. Now, you need to join them. They have almost reached the hill already. You're right. I can't stay here. Max jumped off the train and ran toward the Grandmu. The monster was still walking. It didn't seem to notice 30 humans running toward it, or it just didn't care. From the look of it, Grandmu just focused on marching forward like a train. What was the reason? Why was it only marching forward? Suddenly, Max was curious about the monster's lore. He would read about it later. That first rank in contribution belongs to me. He shouted excitedly and got his greatsword ready. Hiya-ha. I think Breeze has gone crazy. Yeah, he got infected by Hiya-ha illness. It happens quite a lot with Mercenary Quests player. Their brain has been infected. Hiya-ha. 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 For a while, Hiya-ha filled the chat. The other mercenaries had reached the monster first. Catchy mercenary group took out a harpoon tied to a sturdy rope and began to attack Grandmu, trying to tackle it down. Sharp harpoons dug into the monster's flesh, eliciting sharp screams from it. Red blood was drawn, and the sturdy rope was dyed by its color. Pull. 15 strong mercenaries pulled the rope at once to topple the giant monster. 2 people were in charge of its hind legs, and they moved skillfully. Their experiences had taught them how to stop Grandmu and tackle it. Boom. The monster fell on its belly with a loud sound. The ground shook from its sheer weight. Cracks formed around where the monster got tackled, but all mercenaries could hold their ground and pull the ropes with all their strength to keep Grandmoo in its place. All this happened while Max was running toward the monster, just reaching the flowery hill. He was able to watch everything and was in awe. "Attack!" David shouted as he raised his greatsword in the air. "God damn, they are awesome," he exclaimed as he slid down the hill with the other attackers. "They are so efficient. It reminded me of a military squad. No, even the military won't be able to take down such a big monster with just a rope tied to a harpoon. Superhuman mercenaries. They are so scary when they work together. But, guys, imagine this. Caesar can do this alone. Heck, he will punch Grandmoo to the sky without any problem. Yeah, that's so absurd. I don't care about Caesar's power right now. Some mercenaries have reached Grandmoo, I have to hurry," Max said as he increased his speed. Jamal was right in front of him, and he passed the yapper. The monster was struggling to get loose, causing the mercenary to back away slightly. But with another strong pull from 15 mercenaries from Kachi, it calmed down once again, giving them a chance to attack. Max used this chance to jump on top of Grandmoo and began to hack its neck. Swoosh! The greatsword cut the air and bounced against the monster's fur. The force from the bounce caused Max to lose balance for a second before he recovered it, his eyes widened in surprise. "What the? I can't cut it," he exclaimed and tried to cut it again, but his sword bounced again. "Why? Your sword is too dull. If you can't slash it, then punch it. Nah, with this, you're unable to choose the reward lol. Lol, cling clang cling clang. Try to hit another place, lol." Someone's shout reverberated on top of the monster, and all the mercenaries jumped down the raging Grandmoo that made its last desperate attempt to kill them all. Max helped to hold the rope with them. The ground shook greatly as if a strong earthquake hit it. The cracks spread wildly. Some places sunk and caused the binding to loosen a little bit, but that wasn't any problem anymore. The monster was unable to get up by now. "Run away, or you will get caught on its rampage and die," David gave out instructions with a clear voice. Everyone followed without questioning, running away from Grandmoo. They watched as the monster moved around and destroyed Flora Hill. The flowers and beautiful greenery were trampled. However, they managed to save the important rail. After rampaging for what seemed like a few seconds, Grandmoo stopped moving altogether. Its body twitched, the last movement from its muscle. Looking at it, David stepped forward and raised his sword. "We won. Woo. A woo. Hiya ha ha ha, we win." Laughter immediately filled the space. Everyone cheered, including Jamal. Max was caught up in the atmosphere and joined. "Ha ha ha. That was fun. Ooh. Nice. You did it. No die run. What a miracle. It's the first time Breeze didn't die in a mission lol. His skill improved. Now, how is his contribution?" That was the real question. A notification popped up in front of Max. Grandmoo subjugation complete. Reward. 1000 gills, a chosen monster part. Your contribution is, huh. He let out a confused voice as he looked at his contribution rank. Your contribution is 7%. You have the third highest contribution. You may choose. 1. Grandmoo's fur. 2. Grandmoo's rock. 3. Grandmoo's bone. Ooh, rank 3. It's average. He didn't manage to get rank 2 and get the Tusker horn. Those are good materials for weapons. How can he get the third rank? Is it because he's late at finding the blood vessel? Breeze is a few seconds late at finding the artery and immediately ran away when he's commanded. If he stays a little longer, rank 2 will be his. A shame, but it's already good. He can make a sword with bone or armor with fur. It's a win already. Choose fur. Fur is superior. Believe me. Why? Bone sword will be more useful. I think he should take bone. Rank 3. 7% contribution is rank 3. He asked, "It's higher than I thought." He continued, stroking his chin as he looked at the notification. There were 3 choices. Based on his understanding of monsters, the most important part would be the tusker, the horns. Both choices were missing from the ones he could choose, meaning the first and second rank had already chosen them. What should I choose? He pondered greatly and looked at 3 options. The first choice would be great as armor. The second was something he didn't know what to use for. And the third, maybe it could become a bone sword. While it will increase my attack power because of its material, I don't think bone sword will have good durability. It will definitely be lower than the tusk or the horn, so it's not that worth it. On the other hand, his gaze darted to the first choice, the fur. Increasing my defense would be good. I can hunt small class monsters and get monster material to create a better sword. Garador's beak or claw will make a better sword than Grandmu's bone. I can also find good ores later. Besides, one of the chats said it's a shame I didn't get the tusk or horn. Nodding, he looked up at the camera. Alright, I've decided. I will take the first choice, the fur. After he made the choice, the mercenaries began to move toward the monster to dismantle it. Jamal approached him and stopped next to him. You did it, newbie. Ha ha ha, I never thought you would get the artery, good judgment and power. Ha ha ha. The yapper laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Your reward will be given once we arrive at the station. I will show you how to use them later. Max felt complicated. If he said yes, he would definitely hear Jamal's yapping again. But if he said no, he would be clueless. His viewers couldn't be trusted either. Alright. I am counting on you, Jamal. Sharpness, 150. Durability, 250/250ths. Looking at the status, which was way better than his old equipment, his lips curled up into a happy smile. This is great. Damn, everything looks great. Jamal is the guy. I told you Jamal isn't just a random yapper. You must apologize to Jamal, Breeze. You've violated his good name. Jamal the yapper. Or more like, Jamal the guy. The sword will be able to split my dick into half. Kekeki, the armor will allow you to go into a hot area now. It resists a slight heat. Apologize. Apologize. Jamal the guy. The guy has donated 1,000 diamonds. Apologize to the guy. He's a good senior, not just a yapper. Max grunted as he read the chat. He knew that his act toward Jamal was unwarranted, or not. The guy was truly yapping a lot, so he wasn't at fault. Thanks for the donation, the guy. But I won't apologize. The guy himself doesn't know what I call him. HMPF. What the? Did you just pout? Nah, it's disgusting. Don't do that. You can't imitate Princess Peach or Lily Pixel. It's so disgusting, dude. Nah, my eyes. My eyes. How dare you violate my eyes? Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. I am sorry, Breeze. But this donation is for you to never do that again. Freaking Noob has donated 1,000 diamonds. If you're high, then please stop the stream and take some pills. Don't violate your fans' eyes. Now that was rude, but it was something worth apologizing for. Sorry. After getting his weapon and armor, Max walked around the station to find the next mission. Jamal disappeared somewhere after saying he heard a beauty in the need, which was a bit absurd. That was why he was a bit in a bind. I can't find the guiding light. The clue to the next main storyline. The lump of light that would lead him to the next mission giver. Somehow, he wasn't able to find it this time. Not only that, even when he walked around the station, he was unable to find someone with a question mark above their head. Should I follow where Jamal went? Maybe it's that way. This is troubling. He hummed and stopped in the middle of the station, looking around. Where should I go next? What's the matter? Kekeki, he's unable to find the clue to the next mission. This is the most troublesome part of this game. You don't know anything when the yapper leaves you. Guide will help you a lot at times like this, but why don't you explore more? Explore more. I walked around this station and found nothing. What's there to explore? Where to? Max asked the chat as he read their suggestion. Most of them were silly suggestions, but some made sense, and he decided to pry more. He was half given up on finding the clue himself after finishing his round in this station. If only there was a map with some marks as a guide. He thought as he read the chat again. Outside. I mean, it exists. I am surprised you can be dumb sometimes. My man, the map isn't just limited to the station. It seems you forget that Utopia is a large city, not limited to the train station. How dare you forget Blackie and Old Man Rig? If you say that looking around the station is everywhere, then you can think they don't exist either. I asked if there was something wrong, Mr. Branch, Max asked once again, using the store name he saw behind the man to address him. I saw you slumped over. Is there something I can help you with? Something to help me with? Yeah, it would be great if there is someone willing to help without asking for compensation. The butcher, Mr. Branch, muttered. But just talking might help me. You see, the cuckoo's meat has been decreasing in the market. It's all because of that Altacross is nesting near Cuckoo's nest. As a result, my store has been in red for a week already. If this goes any longer, I need to close my store and won't be able to feed my family. Altacross. Yeah, that monster. Its favorite food is eggs. Because Cuckoo lays eggs every day, it decided to stay near its nest and enjoyed it. If this goes any longer, the cuckoo's population near Utopia will decrease. Mercenaries won't look at it before it becomes a problem. But I know, sooner or later. Mr. Branch paused for a little before raising his head. Now that I see your weapon, it seems you're quite a strong mercenary. Say, are you willing to slay Altacross for me? I can't promise you a lot of reward except for the monster's material and a bit of money. I ask this not for me but for all people in Utopia who love Cuckoo. It sounded like a main mission. The mark above the butcher's head was also gold, meaning he had to finish this to continue the main story. Max nodded. I can help. Ding. A new mission is generated. Altacross hunting. Altacross has made its appearance around Utopia Cuckoo's nest. Mercenaries haven't helped yet because the situation isn't urgent. However, if this situation is ignored, Cuckoo's population will decrease. Chase Altacross away or kill it to prevent the disaster. Ooh, thank you, good mercenary. Mr. Branch beamed with a smile as he shook Max's hands. After a while, he pulled away and gave Max a direction. Altacross has been sighted near the west area. Just exit the west gate and go toward the first mountain you see. There, you will find Cuckoo. I believe the monster is hiding in the forest around that area. Please, I beg you, please chase it away. All right, just leave it to me. Max walked away. The quest was pretty straightforward and pretty easy. It would be perfect to test his new sword and armor. The first mountain in the west, huh? He muttered as he looked at the west gate. It could be found easily because the gate had a large W written on top. I guess I have to stop by Old Man Rig to get Blackie. It will be our first hunt together. Blackie. Ooh, hunting with mounts sounds fun. Good luck. I miss Blackie. Cute, cute Blackie. Cat Lover has donated 500 diamonds. You better not injure Blackie. I warn you. God of Cat is watching. Thank you for the 500. I don't know anything about hunting with a mount yet, so I can't say I won't injure him. But trust me, I will not use Blackie as bait. Max reassured the viewers as he entered Old Man Rig's stable. He quickly found the old man sitting in a box near the entrance, just as he found the grumpy man the first time. Good afternoon, Mr. Rig. Max greeted the old man with a refreshing smile. He knew that something like this worked with NPC, especially a grumpy man like Rig. The old man huffed and turned to him. What do you need, young fool? Are you here to take your pet for a walk? His response was swift and experienced, as if anyone who visited him had asked the same question. That's right. I have a mission to hunt Altacross near Cuckoo's nest in the west. It seems the monster is disturbing the ecosystem. I need Blackie to reach the place faster. I have heard that. Old Man Rig jumped off his wooden box and turned around. Wait here. I will get your pet. Max watched as the old man walked inside without asking extra questions. He stood there, waiting for the old man that returned with Blackie in less than a minute. Naya. Upon seeing him, Blackie jumped and rushed forward. It nuzzled its nose against his face as its three tails moved around happily behind. Ha ha ha, did you miss me, Blackie? It's just a few hours since I left you. Meow. The Catlapu acted really spoiled and kept rubbing its cheek against him, seemingly comfortable with his presence. Was it instinct or something? He didn't know. But he appreciated the soft fur. "K. Don't just stand around in my entrance, young fool. Go, you have a monster to hunt. And you, pet, get down." Old Man Rig disturbed their bonding with a hoarse voice. Blackie stopped at once and lowered its body after hearing the old man's command, as if gesturing for Max to get up. Meow. Listening to his command, Blackie increased its speed. It went at full speed, twice as fast as when it was inside the city. The scenery became a blur. Before Max realized it, he was already close to the mountain, arriving at the base just before the forest. He blinked a few times, confused. Is that a skip feature too? He asked himself. NYA. Blackie's voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and he noticed the chat went as usual. Surprised by the Mount Skip. First-timer Kekaki. El Mao. He looked confused. At least he arrived without us having to watch a boring travel. True, let's get Altacross quickly and save Cuckoo's population. Talking about Cuckoo, look to his left. Max immediately looked to the left as he read the last chat. Inside the forest, he could see a large white shadow moving at a fast speed. It was a blur, but he managed to see its general shape when it passed an area sparse of trees. A large chicken, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Cuckoo is a meter-large chicken. That was why they could lay eggs every day, and their meat was valuable. If the chicken population around a large city decreased because of a monster, that would be a disaster for everyday life. Not only that, the ecosystem would change, and new monsters would take place. I am surprised that mercenaries won't kill Altacross before it becomes a problem. I heard they only take urgent missions, but I wonder why. Is it because an urgent mission pays more? There are just too many monsters compared to active mercenaries. They have to choose. The danger is just not worth it. An urgent commission usually needs to be made because it can affect a whole country and not just change people's diet. The ratio between monsters and mercenaries is around 10:1. It's 10 monsters for 1 mercenary. They need to choose missions. Priority. Urgent commissions and missions usually have a higher degree of danger. They also do so to prevent the birth of another colossal class monster. They are just lazy and afraid to get injured. Lol. The chat's explanation made sense, eliciting a nod from Max. That satisfied him, but he still wanted to find a library or book that could explain this world's lore. The more he learned about it, the more interesting it became. Max headed inside the forest to find the cuckoo's nest. He left Blackie to stand by outside the forest. If he needed the Catlapu, he could call it using the whistle he got from Old Man Rig. He followed the animal trail he found in the hope he would end up at the end of it. This forest is too sparse. Is it because the tree is so big? I can go between them without any problem, unlike the forest in that survival game. He said as he looked around the surroundings. Flora in Mercenary Quest has mutated to match the world, accommodating to herbivore monsters. That's why they are big. We have explained it before, yet did you forget? Hey, because the world loves big trunks a lot. You're so sus. Keep it down, dude. To be fair, this will help the player swing their large weapons too compared to normal forest. Breeze, let me give you some advice. You better look above. Above. Trusting the chat, he looked up and was amazed. Sunlight seeped out from the large gaps in leaves. Veins connected from one tree to another, creating a makeshift bridge that a human could possibly use to cross. The sight was otherworldly, not possible to be seen in the real world. This was why VR World was fascinating. That's a good one, he said, lowering his gaze, but I have to find Altacross quick. Lunch is just around the corner, and I don't want to miss it. I haven't had breakfast so I am quite famished. You skipped breakfast. Sus. Breeze has been sus since the start. I told you he laid. Now that's a problem. Go ahead and kill Altacross lol before your stomach grumbles lol. Your first step is correct. Just follow the path. I suggest you run through it. Running was a great idea. His stamina was also higher than in the real world. He would be able to find the nest fast. I prefer to climb the tree and find it from above, but it's impossible to climb this large trunk without any help. A rope or something would be perfect. Max thought as he continued. He had to cut some bushes and small branches on his way. Based on what he read on the chat, which contained a little bit of a spoiler, Altacroz was apparently a small class monster with a hardness similar to that of a medium class monster. It was a perfect monster to test a mercenary that wanted to advance from hunting the small monster to the next stage. Inside that nest should be large enough for you to fight the monster, if you want to fight it inside, that is. Choose, young man, enter, or not enter. In my opinion, it will be safer for me to bait it outside and ambush it. I mean, if I enter, then I could be ambushed and killed. True Hunter has started a mission. Stream mission, kill Altacroz inside its nest. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. But that's unnecessary worry. I am a great mercenary, fearing nothing. Even if death waits for me, I shall march inside with my great sword and hunt the monster. Max's voice was cut off by a notification and he immediately stood up afterward. What was the difference between killing it inside or outside its nest? There was no difference, but the stream mission changed everything. He changed his attitude as fast as lightning. So he still likes money, huh? I thought he was rich already. Lol. I am laughing, still good old breeze. What are you saying, guys? I am just a good, old mercenary who loves danger. Besides, there is no way Altacroz can ambush me if I am ready. I bet it's enjoying its egg snack right now. Max rose from his hiding position and approached the nest. He entered through the entrance and found himself hunched. The entrance was a bit long, leading into an open space. There was no sign of Altacroz yet. Maybe it's inside. Just as he thought that, he arrived at the open space and immediately heard a hiss from the side. Without much thinking, he grabbed his sword and put it in front of his body. Shit. A hard impact sent him flying. His back crashed against a wall, a loud crack could be heard. However, he wasn't dead yet. Thank God I have new armor. Still, an ambush. Really? He complained. It freaking sucks. Lowering his sword, Max looked at the culprit that attacked him. He saw Altacroz crawl down the wall while hissing loudly. It approached him slowly, giving him a chance to drink the health potion in his inventory, and return to full health. And just as he was about to stand up, he heard another hiss from the side and had to jump. A loud crash rang in the place where he sat earlier, the ground rock was destroyed. Only then did he notice the second Altacroz on the side, with a bulging belly and runny egg around its mouth. Holy moly macaroni. There are two Altacrozes. Was this why True Hunter gave him a stream mission to hunt the Altacroz inside? Because that viewer knew there were two Altacroz inside the nest. Two Altacroz. Well, that's bad. One of them has a bulging belly. Is it a female one? Damn, even the monster has a wife. The Maidenless Club cried in silence. We lost to a mere monster. How could they be a couple? Pregnant Altacroz. That's why they made a nest and stole Cuckoo's eggs. You have fallen into True Hunter's trap. We, who have played Mercenary Quest before, will not give you spoilers. Ha, get wrecked. Die. Get eaten. You got me, Max said as he readied himself between the two Altacroz. He glanced at them and began to think about how to handle two monsters in this rather narrow space. His movement was limited and he couldn't run out. If he tried to crawl through the entrance, Altacroz would be able to get him. They are faster than me in a narrow space. If it's an open space, I might be able to run away. But when hunching over, my legs will be gone before I can touch the sunlight outside. The only choice he had was to fight the incoming Altacroz. There was no need for mercy against a monster. Max charged toward the pregnant Altacroz, raising his sword above his head. With a powerful swing, he brought the blade down onto the monster. Clang! The impact was fierce, causing sparks to fly into the air. The pregnant Altacroz stumbled backward, its hard skin chipped off. However, Max couldn't lower his guard. The second Altacroz lunged forward and sunk its teeth into his shoulder. He grunted in pain, almost dropping his sword in the process. But he managed to hold on due to his new armor enhancing his defense. Ah, that must hurt. Breeze. Lower your pain sensitivity, dumb 4SS. This guy. That grunt is genuine. Did he use the usual pain sensitivity while playing Mercenary Quest? Damn, this guy's nuts. I don't believe this at all. At that time, the pregnant Altacross recovered from the initial blow and began to attack Max as well, hissing dangerously. He tried to fight back, but with a monster biting his shoulder, he was at a disadvantage. You're angry, huh? Try to kill me, then. SSSHHH. The monster lunged at him, opening its mouth wide. Max took a deep breath and charged forward, his sword covered in green blood. With one final thrust, Max struck the Altacross down, defeating it once and for all. His sword pierced through its body and appeared on the other one. He stood there, raising the monster before letting it fall to the ground. He had defeated them. Mission completed. 5,000 diamonds have been donated. The notification of mission completion rang in his ear. Putting his foot on the slayed Altacross's head, he raised his tusk sword and screamed. I did it. Ooh, congratulations. That was epic. This is the closest battle I have ever seen. Injured and dirty. Wait, that came out wrong. The sticky liquid covering your body mixed with your sweat. Wait, it also came out wrong. Tisk tisk tisk, you guys. NUSC has donated 300 diamonds. Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. Bloodsucker has donated 500 diamonds. Now this is worth editing. Good job. Bigodt has donated 250 diamonds. Nice. Donations poured in as he finished the hunt. Max grinned widely as the sound he liked the most became music in his ear. Ah, the sound of money. I can hear it. The hard work is worth it. Max returned to Utopia with Blackie after doing a dismantling on the two Altacross. Dismantling them for material was pretty easy. He found the guide in the menu. And when he followed it, his body moved automatically and dismantled the monster easily. All materials automatically entered his inventory. He could put them in the warehouse later so that when he tried to use them, the system would recognize that he had the item. I don't want to fight two monsters at once again, Max grumbled as he made his way toward the butcher after leaving Blackie in Old Man Rig's care. He had also left all his monster materials in the warehouse in the station. Totally. If you want to fight two monsters like that at once again, I will think you're really crazy. Not gonna lie, anyone will feel the same way as you do. I want to see you doing two monsters solo again. That would be fun. Altacross is a small class monster with a defense similar to a medium class monster. Of course, it's hard. I bet 5 punch premium accounts that Breeze will fight against 5 small monsters at once in the near future. I bet 10 punch premium accounts that he will do that. With a knife only. Nah, I won't do that. Max said seriously, not with my current pain sensitivity, at least. Getting hit with 80% pain sensitivity was hell, so he would do it if he lowered his pain sensitivity. Good to know that he can still feel pain. I thought he's a superhuman or a masochist. The latter is most likely nod. I am also one, after all. Nah, what are you talking about, guys? I am not a masochist. I just enjoyed the feeling of being alive. He explained as he got close to the butcher. An exclamation mark floated above Mr. Branch's head. Now, let me finish this quest first and I will rest. I am getting tired after fighting two Altacrosses. Approaching the store, Max stopped in front of the butcher and called out to him. Mr. Branch, I have returned from killing the Altacross. Hearing him, Mr. Branch's face lit up with happiness. HNN. In a room filled with bunny plushies, Lily groggily woke up and opened her eyes. She blinked a few times then blushed after remembering last night in her current condition. She was only wearing a baggy shirt without anything under it. Ah! Screaming, she immediately buried her face in her big plushie, Momo. It was still unreal for her. To think she was the one who initiated it. Never in her mind would she imagine herself doing something like that. Stupid me. Stupid me. Stupid me. She rolled around her bed, still embarrassed. Even when she had calmed down and cleaned herself thoroughly, the lingering feeling from last night was still there. And she somehow couldn't forget it. She was happy, but also troubled at the same time. What should I do? She muttered, hugging Momo tightly. I won't be able to face him like this. Thankfully, Max had returned home after making sure she was okay. He had a livestream today, which she somehow missed because she fell asleep soon after he left. That helped the pain she felt, and now she was as fresh as new. Still, she needed help. Farron, she might know what I should do. When you were troubled, you would seek an experienced person to ask for advice. Farron, Lily's good friend, always gave her good advice and helped her for a long time to get closer to Max. She believed the experienced girl would know what to do. Still having a red face, she called the top model and waited for her to take it. It didn't take long, and the face of the platinum-haired girl with a photo studio-like background appeared on the screen. Heya, Lily. How have you been since that day? Are you good? I am good. Sorry to call you suddenly, Farron. But I need advice. Advice, huh? Farron smirked and giggled playfully, looking at how sloppy you dressed. I bet you did it, right? She raised her pinky, moving it around with a strange gesture. Knowing what Farron tried to say, Lily once again felt blood rush into her face and got embarrassed. Why did she call her friend when she knew Farron would tease her? But she had no other choice. There was no one else to ask advice from. I did, she answered meekly, like a small animal cowering on the corner. She put her index finger in front of her lips. Please keep it a secret. What is this? Farron looked surprised before beaming with a wide smile. Who's this cute little bunny? Girl, why are you so honest now? I can't. I just can't. My Lily just became so honest and cute. Farron, shish. Lily tried her best to shut her friend up. Please, this is so embarrassing. No way, you're just so cute. Farron exclaimed as she got closer to the screen. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Feel free to ask this experienced Farron anything. She puffed her chest proudly and rested her hand on it. Actually. Lily began to tell Farron the problem she faced, on how she wasn't sure how to face Max from today onward. Maybe when they were together, they wouldn't think of anything. But just the thought of meeting him made her blush. After hearing the girl's confession, Farron nodded her head in understanding. That's easy. Farron snapped her fingers and grinned. Just live together. Live together. Lily repeated what Farron said to her and began to imagine it. The two of them live in the same apartment, cooking and watching movies together. Then, at night, they would livestream on their own accord, maybe a collaboration. Afterward, they would sit on a couch and share funny stories about their livestream before sleeping together. Red made its way toward her face. She was boiling inside. Woah. Live together. It seems that idea is still too early for her. Farron sighed in a troubled tone as she shook her head after she saw Lily's reaction. Max's day was busy. After finishing his stream, he created another parkour tutorial video to make the most of his skill. If he was too late at creating it, many other punktubers would create their own version and ride his fame to gain views. He was using the monkey bar on the roof, which he could access easily, thanks to security's permission. Because he was always polite to them and did not betray their trust, they already trusted him not to do stupid stuff. Huff. That should be enough. I will ask Bloodsucker to blur the background and keep anything that can expose my location out of the video. His censorship can be changed to that energy drink logo. I still owe them one thing. Approaching the makeshift chair near the door, Max took the towel on it and wiped his sweat. His sweatshirt was drenched, making it uncomfortable. I have to change now. And maybe walk a bit around the city to get something refreshing. He thought as he entered the elevator and returned to his floor. Maybe I should invite Lily too. Who knows if she wants to go together. That would be great. Arriving on his floor, he entered his room and took a quick shower to refresh himself. Then, he sat in his living room and called his girlfriend. With that said, Max's preparation was quick. He took a taxi instead of walking to arrive faster and chose a good gift for Lily, matching rings they could wear anytime. He would visit that store later to buy it together. This was probably good enough to show off that they were a couple. He wanted to show the world that Lily was his. 30 more minutes. He looked at the clock as he sat on the bench near the fountain in the mall. The promised time was still 30 more minutes. However, he saw a girl silhouette that he wouldn't mistake for anyone else walking toward him. She smiled and waved her hands as she strode faster. "Max, did you wait long?" she asked as she stopped in front of him. Max took a good look at his girlfriend. His mouth was agape because she dressed differently from usual. Instead of wearing pants, she wore a black skirt that stopped before her knees. For the top, she wore a white off-shoulder frilly shirt and a black handbag. Her hair was done in a crown braid, making her look elegant. "Do I look weird?" she asked nervously, fidgeting and holding her hands together. "This is the first time I dress like this. Farron recommended it to me." It seemed like Max had to praise a certain girl for this. "She has become a bit useful," he thought as he stood up, smiling at her. "Not at all. You look beautiful, Lily. If I have to be honest, I want to keep you in my house so badly now." Hearing that, Lily's eyes went wide. She stayed silent, making Max panic. Did I come out too strong? Or did she misunderstand my exaggerated praise as me being weird? "Look, Lily, chapter find." "Really?" Lily exclaimed with happiness plastered over her face. "Then, I will move tomorrow." "Phew, I was afraid of how to ask you whether you wanted to live together or not. Thank God you invited me, Max. I am so happy." Yeah," he said, confused. "Live together? Huh, how did this happen? And why?" A certain platinum-haired girl flashed inside his mind, knowing that she might influence her girlfriend, but that must be just his imagination. All he could do right now was to process what had just happened and find out the details later. Max walked around the mall with Lily on his side. He cancelled his plan to make a vlog livestream after the bomb dropped by Lily earlier. He used his brain at full capacity to understand the situation and arrived at an answer. "Lily wanted to live with me and didn't know how to ask. Most probably, she is either jealous of Farron living with her boyfriend or that platinum-haired girl affects her decision by giving her so-called expert advice. Yeah, both are possibilities." Looking at Lily's response and how she acted lately, he believed in the latter more than the former. Reading her mind is like playing a puzzle. Fortunately, Max was good at games. At least he hadn't made a big mistake yet, and he hoped he wouldn't. "Max, is there something wrong?" Lily asked, peering right under his gaze. There is nothing. I was just wondering about the moving company to help you move your clothes and necessities. Should we just use drone service?" He quickly made an excuse to prevent her from knowing what he truly thought. And because of her massive trust in him, she didn't even question it. That's all right. I don't have a lot of clothes and necessities. I can always buy new clothes when I need to. Rich had their way of doing things." This quote was probably the best to explain what she had just said. It's still surprising how easily she is willing to spend a lot of money when she can save it. Not that I don't understand, but she really needs to learn how to be down to earth sooner or later so she won't regret it later when she can't use her money. Just like in my previous life. He had to do it for her and his sake. Money wasn't unlimited no matter how much they were. But now that they had a lot, they had to do it to make their life comfortable. "But we still need another bed for you. Shall we find some?" Max's words trailed as he looked at Lily's pouting expression. He racked his brain and immediately found the problem. "You want to sleep together?" A small nod like an animal came from Lily. "So we're just getting a bigger bed instead." Another nod. "Are you sure?" he asked for the last time to make sure of it. Lily finally answered, I want to get used to it. Being near you, I mean." Max returned to his apartment by walking. He arrived after 40 minutes or so and began to work, moving around all the appliances to make room for the bigger bed and new stuff bought earlier. He disassembled and dragged the bed out himself. This was a good workout, or at least he thought so until he was sure he couldn't do this alone. In the end, he asked security for help and they happily accepted. When he explained the reason behind the sudden renovation, he told them that his girlfriend would move with him soon. They laughed and teased him, saying that it was nice to be young. Max laughed wryly, unable to say anything more. The bed and furniture he bought arrived just as the sun disappeared on the horizon. He moved everything in with the security and bought them meals afterward as his thanks. They refused to be paid because it was part of their job to help the tenant, but they happily accepted the free dinners. Some of the securities had already married and shared a story of how their dating lives were and how it was too different from when they were already married. The kind man even advised Max on something he could and shouldn't do when cohabiting with his girlfriend. Max wasn't sure whether that worked with Lily or not, but he thanked him nonetheless. Chapter You're tired. He went to bed early after calling Lily. The girl couldn't wait to move tomorrow. And she had gotten permission from the strict stone sword, much to his surprise. At that same time, a new message popped up in his app. Stone sword, don't make her cry. As expected. After talking with Lily for a while, he drifted to sleep. He was woken up the next day by the ring of a bell. Ding dong. Max groggily opened his eyes and made his way to the entrance. When he opened the door, he saw her standing there, smiling shyly and fidgeting. The way she couldn't hide her excitement looked pretty cute. Welcome, Lily. He greeted her with a smile, his sleepiness slipped away immediately upon seeing her figure. Morning. Hee hee. This is making me a bit nervous, she said, scratching her cheek. But please take care of me, Max. Likewise. He replied, don't just stand there. I prepared everything yesterday. It's ready for you to live in. Nodding, she entered the room and Max closed the door, locking it. Everything was set up quickly. Max and Lily relaxed on the balcony. At first, he thought that it would be awkward at first, but there was nothing like that at all. They surprisingly got used to it soon. What are you planning to do today? Lily asked curiously, holding a cup of iced water in her hands. Are you streaming today? That's the plan. Max nodded, sipping his iced tea. I wanted to invite you to stream together, but your personal VR capsule hasn't been sent yet. That's okay. I plan to create more songs for my new album today, she said, lowering the cups. Just out of curiosity, but what are you playing today? More Mercenary Quest. Most probably, yes. I want to finish the main storyline and see the colossal class monster. I am also curious how big the large class monster is. The game is so exciting that I want to play it again. Is it that fun? Yeah, you should try it too. Maybe I will. They talked for a while and Lily returned to the bedroom first because she wanted to concentrate. Max didn't mind, as he planned to hop into his VR capsule now and continue the mercenary quest. Then, see you later, Lily. If you need something, just call me. I will log out immediately. He looked at the bed where Lily made herself comfortable with her large plushie, Momo. His girlfriend waved her hand at him, good luck. Smiling, Max closed the capsule and dived into the VR world, in a better mood than usual. He appeared in his lobby, sitting on the chair under the large tree. It had become a habit to start the livestream here before entering the game, like an intro of some sort. Opening the livestream screen, he set the title and started it immediately. Who's the best? I am the best. Oh, yeah. Let's hunt monsters. Hashtag mercenary quest, hashtag main story, hashtag storyline, hashtag greatsword user, hashtag viral. Livestream starts. A flock of viewers joined once they got the notification. Because he always streamed around the afternoon lately, his viewers had already expected it. Still, its number was still lower than when he streamed at night, peaking at around 11 to 12K only. That's still a good number, but I want to grow more. I probably need to make an event or hold a subathon. The former will cost me money, but the latter will cost energy. The fact Lily now sleeps with me also makes it harder to stream 24/7 for it, as I don't want other people to see her sleeping face. It was a dilemma, but he would just think about it later. At least, he planned to hold either one in the near future before the streamer wars to boost his viewers and followers. Come on, I also want to roleplay every now and then. Besides, you're not a gentleman, you're a rough mercenary. Imagine a mercenary sipping wine or tea after they hunt monsters, their body still covered in blood. Yeah, not the best sight. If it's a serial murderer, then it might fit. But mercenary? Yeah, no. Max tried to imagine it and he shuddered. The image was just too far from what he liked. Yeah, my bad, he said, dropping his roleplay easily. That's disgusting, cringe, and makes me look like a crazy man. But hey, at least I am not a bad roleplayer. He stood up, throwing the wine glass away. It spun in the air and hit the ground, shattering into pieces of light. Anyway, guys, I am in a good mood now, so I will play rather crazily. I won't care about defense or strategy. Rush and kill is my strategy. So, just like the usual. Yeah, the usual. That's not much different from your usual strategy, fight and win. Somehow that will work out. That's the power of the main character, and Breeze is the player. Now, that wasn't surprising. He was indeed like that. And he intentionally said his new strategy to get a reaction, which worked like a charm. Now, if you're a gentleman, you must act classy. You shouldn't nitpick at something small like that. Saying so, he opened Mercenary Quest's game menu. The intro should be enough. 12K viewers had gathered to watch him slay a monster. Now, as a gentleman myself, I will start the game immediately. I don't want to make ladies wait. His vision shifted as soon as he started the game. Before logging off the last time, Max had found the clue to the next mission. As soon as he appeared in the station, he immediately followed the light and found Jamal in the corner. The yapper looked rather down, his eyes downcast. Max approached him. No matter how he saw it, the ladies that he mentioned before he parted ways hurt him one way or another. And unfortunately, this yapper was the next quest giver. So he had no choice but to talk to him. What's wrong, dude? You got dumped on? He asked with a tint of playfulness in his voice. Oh, newbie. Jamal asked, the energy in his voice was gone. Sighing, he looked on the floor. It's not that, newbie. If it's just that, I won't be this sad. It's worse. What happened? It sounded pretty urgent and dangerous. Hear me. There is a sighting of a colossal class monster. Jamal began the story with a solemn expression. When I met the ladies earlier, I saw them crying their eyes out. Their hometown was destroyed overnight. Only 2 of them, siblings, survived. They didn't know what to do and were under massive stress. After staying still for a few minutes, the younger one dragged her sister to ask for help. Holding his face and gritting his teeth, the yapper continued. Man, I almost broke when I heard their story. The houses around them looked as if they had been trampled. Ground turned into lava, and crops were burned. Hills were flattened, and trees were flipped. Everything was destroyed without any mercy. Max tried to picture it and shuddered. An image appeared in his vision. It wasn't just his imagination or illusion, but a real one. The game had shown him the village's destruction. This is the trampled village. Well, this isn't fun. That certainly is, destruction. No pun intended. The game shows the scene of destruction. Now this is a good game. Still, is that real? Poor villages. To think the yapper shows such intense emotion. Max was able to look at the trampled village from the sky, giving him the perfect view of the destruction. Just as Jamal described earlier, the scene could even make a grown man cry. Their description reminded me of my past. I had directly seen and experienced the scene that they described before. That's why I am sure they aren't lying. Jamal's voice rang in the surroundings as the scene faded away. The yapper raised his head, looking at Max. This is without a doubt the work of a colossal class monster. I will inform Caesar about its existence and we probably will send a scout soon. That's why, prepare and train yourself. You might be forced to join the expedition soon. Ding! A new mission is generated. Colossal class sighting. Colossal class monster has been sighted destroying one village. An expedition will be planned soon. Prepare and hone yourself. Take 3 quests and kill a total of 3 medium class monsters from the board. Max looked at the notification and took everything in. When he closed it, Jamal stood up and patted his shoulder. I will go first. If you're ready, head to our base in Dagon Valley. A bird, resembling a vulture, without feathers ate a whole cow in the middle of the plain. Its wings were spread wide, made from leather. He didn't know whether it could fly with that or not, but he would fight it while thinking it could to avoid any surprise attack. From its beak, green liquid dripped down. The cow that got covered in the liquid seemed to be in pain and tried to move desperately. Poison, and probably acidic. Max thought as he stopped, watching the scene. Before he realized it, the light had disappeared already. He was alone, 100 meters away from the said monstrosity. It can melt the cow's hide, but the effect is slow. However, if that hits my hand or skin, I don't think I will be able to handle the pain. It will definitely melt my skin in a matter of seconds. Antidotes I have will also be useless. Maybe not so much, but it won't be able to protect me from the acid. The cow couldn't move any further when Maltrax put it inside its mouth. The acidic liquid also had a paralyzing effect, which could only be cured with antidote. Maybe I can cure the wound if I drink the antidote and health potions at once. This is doable. After observing his target for a while, Max gripped his tusk sword and grinned. Well, let's hunt a poisonous bird, shall we? Its meat might be bad, but my goal is that leather skin. The neck looks hard, so I will target its heart or any organ on its chest. So we're now watching a smart breeze. This will be fun. Smart breeze. What are you talking about? Let me explain, new guy. Breeze has two sides, silly and smart. This one you see is the smart one. The silly one was the gentleman from earlier. This guy casually analyzed the monster's capability just by seeing it eating a cow lol. He's smart but pretends to be normal. I love both Breeze, he. Marry me. In your dream. Breeze already has Lily Pixel, you hag. The viewers clamored like usual. Max ignored them and concentrated. Right now, he wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible. Approaching silently wouldn't work. Maltrax already had its eyes on him since the start, eyeing him like a predator finding a nice, juicy prey. That was why, he'd rather use this situation to make a funny moment instead of trying to surprise attack it and fail. Standing in attention, he raised his sword above his head. Give me your pelt, you cowlicker. Or I shall slay you. He declared openly as he stood a bit away from Maltrax. Announcing my presence like this is gentlemanly. Let's have a nice duel. Correction, it's silly Breeze. Lol, duel with a monster. Gentlemen, I mean, are you sure Maltrax is a male? You just one-sidedly declared a duel. That's not a gentleman's behavior. Forget the small matters. Here I go. Max rushed toward Maltrax without fear. He raised his sword and jumped. The monster looked at him while it tried to eat the cow. It reacted pretty late, only raising its wings when Max was already swinging his sword toward its neck. Become my headgear. His sword cut the hide pretty easily and drew green liquid. The monster made no evasive maneuver at all and didn't even cry when its neck was cut. Instead, it looked like it took the hit deliberately. The green liquid spewed out from the wound was splashed at Max. He had no way to avoid them in the air. And at that moment, he felt his skin burning and his nerves locked. The blood also contained the poison. Shit. Just as he realized that Maltrax attacked him using its wing, sending him flying far. His body bounced and rolled on the ground a few times before it stopped. From the pain he felt, he seemed to break a few bones. But in this game, broken bones weren't any problem. He immediately stood up while grunting loudly and drank 2 health potions and an antidote. His body was battered. Even though the wound had disappeared, the lingering pain still attacked his mind and he couldn't stand straight. He was wobbling around and forced to use his sword as a support. Fuck, that hurts. A curse word escaped his mouth. Hey, are you okay? That must hurt. Ouch. It hurts just by looking and knowing he has 80% pain sensitivity. What? 80% pain sensitivity? New viewer here. This man is so crazy. How can he still stand after that? The pain must be otherworldly. It's better if he was killed immediately. And he still drank health potions. Nuts. I like it. Tooth Fairy has donated 500 diamonds. Pain go away. If you are in pain, it's okay to stop. Hey. Max looked at the donation and sneered. This much pain is nothing, he said, preparing to combat Maltrax once again. The monster rushed toward him. The wound on its neck was visibly closed already. Fast regeneration. Damn, I need to kill it soon while getting poisoned then. He laughed like a madman. Breeze. Hunters has donated 1,000 diamonds. Kiss My Lips has donated 500 diamonds. Lovely Head has donated 250 diamonds. Just Do It has donated 750 diamonds. Many donations poured in. The viewers cheered for him, and Max took a deep breath as he looked at the donations pouring in. He had triumphed over a medium-class monster. This was the first time. He looked at his sword, still stained with the monster's blood, and knew he had to finish this with a bang. Walking toward the monster's corpse, he stood on top of it and stabbed his sword down. Fuck yeah, he screamed loudly, making the chat grow more exciting. Breeze. Woo, that was amazing. Absolute cinema. I didn't know that you could move while being covered in poisonous blood. This is amazing. I clipped it. Clip. Amazing Breeze. Max climbed down the monster's corpse and began to dismantle it. His body moved automatically and the corpse disappeared, entering his inventory. After that, he drank an antidote. This made the third antidote he drank. Now then, let's return to Utopia and buy more antidote before taking another quest to hunt Maltrax. I want to be able to kill him without getting injured. That would be neat. Nice. So we're doing Maltrax any % now. Show the bird who's the boss. With chat's encouragement with him, Max returned to the station to reset the quest. After buying antidote in Utopia Station, Max departed once again to kill the second Maltrax. There were a total of 4 Maltrax-related quests on the board, and he planned to finish 3 of them to advance to the main story. Killing the second Maltrax was easier than the first. He remembered some of its attack patterns and managed to kill it after getting hit only once. He only drank an antidote once for this quest. The third time was even easier. He only got grazed by its wing and managed to kill it faster than before. He didn't even need to drink an antidote. It's done. Max heaved a relieved sigh as he arrived at Utopia Station after killing the third Maltrax. A notification popped up in front of him as soon as he finished the quest. Mission is updated. Colossal class sighting. You have proved yourself by killing 3 medium-class monsters and finished 3 quests. Head to Dagon Valley and meet Jamal to gain information regarding the Colossal class expedition. Oh, the mission is updated. I have to meet Jamal in Dagon Valley base to continue the mission. He said, can I make the headgear in Dagon Valley's base? Ooh, we're away from the birdie now. Dagon Valley. It's been a long time since you visited this base. The Yapper again. I miss the Yapper, it's been 2 hours since we last met. Dude, you missed a guy you saw 2 hours ago. Yeah, there are blacksmiths in Dagon Alley too. You can make your headgear there. Would you climb the base again, Breeze? Reading the chat, Max let out a wry chuckle. Alright, that's good to know. Also, climbing the base. Which stupid person did that? There is a Garudama service we can use to reach the top of the base. He said, pretending to be oblivious as he headed to the train. He had to find the conductor to head to Dagon Valley, who always stayed in the front carriage. Look at him, suddenly having amnesia. A sudden amnesia episode. Not surprising. He's trying to be humble, guys. He doesn't want to brag about his stupidity. Guys, do the thing. Bloodsucker, I choose you. You can't command this noble me. But it's on the way. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Climb the base in Dagon Valley in under 5 minutes. Reward. 5,000 diamonds. Well, I will climb it, alright. But don't expect me to climb down. That's harder than climbing up. He made a deal with the viewer and headed to Dagon Valley. Climb that Shiat has donated 5,000 diamonds. Thank you. Even his thank you is worth $100. Max laughed wryly and scratched his cheek. No, thank you, he said as he boarded the train. He felt conflicted. Lol. Facing a lot of money makes him really humble. Now that's what we call humble. Just say thank you without saying anything more. Ding. Breeze has been tamed by money. His brain can't process all of this. On the one hand, he likes money. On the other hand, he didn't want his viewers to donate too much money. Arriving at the Dagon Valley, the first thing Max found was the guiding light. It went toward the tall base and went up. When he looked up, he found Jamal on the top balcony peering down, waving his hand at him. Thankfully, my quest giver is on the top floor so I don't have to climb down, he said as he began to stretch his body. Prepare the countdown, guys. I won't take off the sword either, as it's part of my equipment. Do you think I can finish this in 5 minutes? You can. It's a lie if you say you can't. No, wait. His sword is heavier than before, so it's not sure whether he can do it or not. Nah, he can definitely do it. A premium account if he can do it. Bet. A premium account if he fail. The chat began to bet with each other. Max smiled as he read it and went to the base. He looked up and remembered the path he had taken before. 5 minutes. It was doable as long as he didn't mess up. Climb that Shiat. You better watch this. Saying that, he began to climb, starting it with a big jump. He grabbed a pipe and began to climb like a monkey. His movement was smooth and skillful. Reaching the middle of the base was pretty easy as there were many pipes. But the latter half was slightly difficult as he had to avoid the balconies that jutted out of the buildings. Max didn't know how long it had been. However, we reached the top. He was sure he did it. What's my time, chat? Tell me that it's under 5 minutes. It's 4:12. You did it, Breeze. Under 5 minutes. Damn, you have gotten faster. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you. I will get the reward now then. I hope you don't mind. Someone in a jungle-like lobby looked at the screen that showed Max and typed on the keyboard. I don't mind. It's helpful. Climb that Shiat smiled. He stood up, raising his toned body, and looked at the cliff behind him. He was a professional climber, attempting to climb the steepest cliff in the United Nations. And right now, he was in a bind and couldn't continue. Even climbing in VR world didn't give him a good result. However, the video was very helpful. Watching the streamer called Breeze climb the building left gave him inspiration. He had learned something new. The way he gripped the thin ledge and how he moved his legs. It's different from me. He's flexible and focused on speed. Maybe I need to lose some of my muscle and focus on that training. Finally getting something that he could try, Climb that Shiat began to try climbing the cliff once again. I don't mind. It's helpful. Max looked at the message last sent by Climb that Shiat and accepted the mission reward. Mission completed. 100,000 diamonds have been donated. The amount could make any streamer droll. This was the biggest donation he had ever received. $2,000 baby. Even with tax and the cut, I will still get around $1,700 or more. While he was happy, he couldn't show it outside because he was forced to climb the base. He coughed and continued the stream. Thank you for the donation. As I said earlier, I won't climb down the base. I will now talk to Jamal and continue the mission. Saying so, he approached the yapper who had been looking at him since he arrived at the balcony. Its size could be compared to a city. Just one step was enough to kill millions of people in its wake. That's the behemoth I know. Is it the same as the one in this game? He asked the chat as the cutscene continued with the scout giving out reports one by one. Something similar. There are 3 types of behemoth known in this game. The first one matches what you described. But the one in this mission is different. Did you forget about the image you saw before you departed to kill the medium-class monster? At least this behemoth has fire legs. The chat was correct. According to the scout's report, the behemoth's limbs were covered in what seemed like active lava. They guessed it was from volcanic ore that stuck on its body. It didn't feel pain from getting burned as its body was protected by many layers of rock underneath, and the behemoth naturally had high heat and cold resistance. Isn't this monster a cheat creature? How can we even kill something like this? Max asked in horror as he listened to the talk about behemoth's traits. Cheat creature. Yeah, you can describe a behemoth with that. That fit its appearance perfectly. No matter what, don't say that in front of them. Look at their excited faces. Stronghold Mercenary is filled with masochists. You are against a cheat creature. But, did you forget you have a cheat character with you? Yeah, Caesar can solo Behemoth without a problem. You're right. Max crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. The scout finished relaying the information they gathered and stepped back. Everyone's attention shifted to Caesar. The large man slammed his fist against the table. A loud sound resounded as the table cracked under the force. We will stop it before it reaches Paradise Island. Behemoth will be the most vulnerable at this point. Don't let it get into the sea and boil the water. Many Marines will die from that and we won't be able to fight it on a boiling sea. We will stop the monster at Norfatu Valley. It will definitely pass this place. Ooh. Prepare fireproof nets made from Grandmoose fur and the spike from Sharkari. We need a heat-resistant pelt. Prepare a lot of health potions and heat resistance potions too. The people in the room began to run around busily. Caesar grinned at the sigh and looked at Jamal. Gather 5 people under you, Jamal. Your team will be responsible for taking care of small class monsters on Behemoth's back and destroying its spike. Strip it naked. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.